Good morning, everybody. How you doing? Welcome. Happy Monday. Once again, it feels like it's been a while. Is it just me, or have I been unusually busy for like loading ready run activities? Yeah, this is 2 weeks in a row that I streamed Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I didn't get to do anything, which is kind of weird. That's low hour-wise. I feel like I got some work I need to make up for all of you. Which is maybe not a healthy way to think about it. Maybe it's good that I've been busy outside. Maybe it's not me who's wrong. Maybe it's the world that's wrong. Wow, immediately distracted. How y'all doing? So today we're going to do some redstone. Today we are jumping into Ilmango's fully automatic bone meal farm, which is something we were looking at the end of Thursday's stream because we want to decorate with bone and we need a lot of bone and we don't have a lot of bone. So now we make bone farm. I mean, it all makes sense. And Jojo, our wonderful Jojo, made us a creeper farm early on in the season, and we don't want to invalidate all of her work. So instead of just making a generic skeleton farm, we're making a bone meal farm, which I think is very exciting. Yes, I hope you're ready to go to the bone zone. Polaris, thank you so much for 36 months. The Emerald Bean, the 3 years. It's remarkable. Thank you so much for your continued support, friend. I really do appreciate it. So yeah, let's jump in. I hope everyone's down for a chill time where we look at redstone and we hope that nothing goes wrong and everything is perfect and we're going to get it right first try. Right? Yes, that's right, Zagrog. Bone meal without skeletons. Ooh. Speaking of new beans, we got Dragon Flare. Dragon Flare got that butter bean. Oh my goodness. Thank you very, very much. Hey, Corflux, thank you so much for 100 biddies. I really appreciate that. All right. Oh, right. It's been a while since you've been here. Welcome back to the base. This place is looking amazing. Well, ignore the bottom. The upper half is looking amazing. For that farm, I was wondering if honey is needed or if slime would have worked too. No idea. I just see honey, I get honey. Look, sometimes if people smarter than me have made a decision, I just accept it. It's just like, this is the one true way, and I'm not going to think about it too much, which, you know, maybe in hindsight, I could question things a little bit harder. Sorry, Feather. All right, so let's go put these beehives in here. Good morning, Nevermore. Good morning and welcome. All right, do I have everything I need to start the day? I've got tools, I've got food, I've got rockets, I just slept. So, Joe has also been doing some mega AFK. So let's see what's happening there. Yelp with 500 biddies. Hey, Serge, I picked up an Ethiopian light roast coffee yesterday at Go On. I had no idea coffee could taste like blueberries naturally. Oh, you mean me shouting from the top of my lungs? You know, coffee can taste like berries. For years, you're like, no, Serge must be lying. I'm really glad to hear that. That's awesome, friend. Glad you enjoyed it. Morning, Compunik. Why'd I go that way? I was like, let's take a tour through our base. Give me some time to read chat. Yeah. All right, so first off, Joe's been hanging out in the melon and pumpkin farm. So I would expect there to be some melons and some pumpkins. Oh! All right, yeah. Oh, geez. Okay. All right. Not only did Joe AFK, but she also combined everything for us. Holy moly. Now, the second thing we want to check out is how did our bees do? Okay. Okay. Not great. The false firing. Oh, did that mean? Okay, we're not out, but that's still not great. That might be enough honey block to go. Oh no, you loaded the honey while you were there, sweetie. All right, and in comparison, these should have fired. Yeah, okay. So I don't think that honeycomb is naturally more productive than honey. I just think that something is going wrong. Now, hold on a second here. I can make honey block with these, right? I got 11 honey block. Don't know if 11 is going to be enough. Stayed up too late playing D&D with my adventuring party last night. So doing life on low sleep hardcore mode? Oh. Or you mean my regular difficulty setting? Yes, very good. Okay, well, it looks like we've got honeycomb to last us forever. But we have made some mistakes. Now, help me out here. When a dispenser tries to use an empty bottle, I know the strategy is you're supposed to put one in each spot, but that's so that it doesn't accidentally pull the honey bottle back in, right? What happens if... Does this still work even as long as there's a glass bottle at all? I'm just wondering why we had like several stacks. Why did one side yield so much more than the other side is what I'm trying to figure out, right? Like, what is this? 16 stacks versus 11 honey blocks. That feels not great. Maybe I still have baby bees on. No, like, look, these are absolutely ready to be harvested, right? Like, there's honey in them. So for whatever reason, the comparator, these got blocked at some point, is what it's looking like. And then they just never did anything past that. Right? So the comparator just isn't seeing anything? Why? Why? I have so many questions. What's up, Deviant? Why? Why? I mean, I realize this isn't the most efficient farm design for what we're trying to do. But do I bother doing a redesign? No. No. Whatever. We have some honey blocks, which is better than no honey blocks. I wonder if Joe ever pulled honey out or just honeycomb. Joe, do you have a secret honey stash anywhere, sweetie? Have to check. Because I feel, I mean, maybe we do a random runabout. Good morning, Suno. Search is just saying why over and over. Yeah. Do you have some sweet, like, hidden honey stash, Jojo? No. No. Find the honey hideout. Exactly. So how y'all doing, everybody? How was your weekend? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Honey? Comb. Not honey. Unfortunate. Okay. My weekend was okay. I did super fun filming on Friday, and then I felt very sore Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Live, of course, was on Saturday, so that was a very fun show. Let's take a look at how many honey blocks we're going to need for one module here. I need you to change the angle. There we go. Wait, why don't we try out a world download here? I've only ever done this once before. Hey, good morning, Skunky. Thanks so much for 15 months. Thank you for making such relaxing content and for curating such a supportive and caring community. Never forget that you're awesome. Hey, I appreciate that. God, what have I done? Did I click on the wrong thing? That was a very acrobatic shoulder roll. Thank you. I used to do Aikido. If there's one thing Aikido teaches you how to do, it's fall. Brand new D&D adventure with a first-time GM. That's fantastic. Was that the Goodminton Badminton? Yes, it was, Suno. Yeah. Okay, so how do you... use a world download in Minecraft? Download the world, navigate to your .minecraft folder. Morning, Kitsune. Sorry, give me 1 second, friends. Parkour is another way to learn amazing shoulder rolls. I imagine if you don't know how to shoulder roll before you start doing parkour, your chances of getting hurt are significantly higher, though. The things you're landing on are bad. At least when I was learning how to do rolly things, there was a very step-by-step way to do it, and there were crash pads. Right? And there was supervision. Okay, so I need to find my .minecraft folder. All right, so I found my .minecraft folder, then find saves. Aha! Then you copy... Wait, what have I done? Is this all of that in there? It is. Oh, okay. Oh, neat. So I just take literally this whole thing and just plop it in there. Ooh, okay. So then when I boot back up Minecraft, you didn't learn Aikido, but my brother did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Taught me how to get tossed around safely. Fantastic. All right. So we should have, there we go, this moss farm world. All right, let's see how much honey we need. Also, let's see this thing in action, eh? So this is the farm that we want to build. Oh, cool. There's a single segment right here. Yes. All right, so we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That also honey? 10. Oh, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Heck. 16. All right, we're 5 short. 5 short means we need like 20 more. That's fine. So we're going to need obsidian, which we have. We're going to need a bunch of target blocks. That's fine. Look how cool this is. All right, so how do I turn this on? Do I turn this on with a note block, or is there a power switch somewhere? Aha! Oh my god. Look at it! I'm happy to use honey blocks. I'm not discouraged to the point that I'm going to find an alternative. I'm just going to do honey blocks. So why is there a second row at the bottom here, out of curiosity? Is it using pistons to push those up? So those are sticky pistons. Oh, yeah, okay. So there's a little redstone circuit here that it pulls it up, and in case there's ever a blank spot, it pushes it in. So there's always... Wow. This is fascinating. So one stone generator here might not create enough stone. So to make sure that it's always totally consistent and there's no leakage, there's actually a second one and like a little piston conveyor belt chain that pushes it in so that it's always totally full. That's so interesting. I wonder if this is built on chunk borders. Oh, right. By the way, how long was that running for? All right. Oh, it's still coming. So I think this is going to produce an okay amount here, eh? Why is it still... Oh my goodness. There we go. It's finally empty. And these sea pickles. What are these sea pickles doing? Are they just a light source? I have so many questions. I imagine they have a purpose. I imagine those aren't just decorative pickles. Item alignment? Neat. It zooms this way. Oh, I understand. Okay. So much like the chess trick, I take it, it hits there, and then it zooms right on the edge. Because since it's zooming along the edge, this hopper can grab it, or this hopper can grab it, and then provided that everything there is full, the excess goes by. So the neat thing about this farm is it's self-sustaining. What it does is it produces infinite smooth stone, and then using dispensers, much like the flower farm we did, it converts the smooth stone into moss. The piston pushes it, the moss breaks, and then there's a bunch of composters underneath that catch all of the moss and then compost it and turn it into bone meal. And then the bone meal all gets funneled into just one dropper. I guess one dropper, two droppers can handle all of that. That's super neat. And then it sends it back up. Oh, I might need a how-to tutorial on this rather than just trying to build this by jumping back and forth between the worlds, because this is really quite something. Notice you playing the Path of Exile League. How you enjoying it? Awesome. I'm having a really, really, really good time playing PoE. So the neat thing about this is it is modular. Yes, this is for bone meal. The whole goal of this is bone meal. And what it's doing is it's using moss as the mechanism to get bone meal, because both of everything that's being produced here is self-sustaining and infinite, right? Like lava and water will always produce smooth stone. Moss will always turn smooth stone into more moss. Moss turns into bone meal, and then bone meal is used to turn back. Bone meal is used to turn more moss into moss. And then it's so efficient, it actually gives you an excess of bone meal. So all of this make bone meal go now. So it's neat. It's like no individual section of this is actually that complicated. I think I just have to make sure I could probably build this. Right? Like if I started at this level, I could make this. You know what? Let's just make this. I think I can just make this. So what we're going to do is we're just going to do one section at a time. One, two, three, four, five, six. Oh wait, actually, if I do this view, that'll help me out a whole bunch. All right, so what do I need here? I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 28, 56 hoppers. One sec. I need 28 composters. I need 28 barrels. Oh wait, did I count? I don't think I counted that. So 56 plus 14, 60. No, 70. I need 70 hoppers. And then I need ice. And then this part's pretty easy. This part, it's just like 8 observers, 4 note blocks. Two observers. Whatever. Some torches. And then I always, are you a dispenser or a dropper? 2 droppers. Then we need ice and water. Glass. All right, very cool. Very cool. I made a 5th photo. All right. So the next question we have is, where do we build this? Do we build this near the creeper farm so that we're getting gunpowder while we get bone meal? Are we making this near the super smelter so that we can smelt things while we wait for other things? It's too big to probably go in our little village here. Oh, right. And I've got time for honey waiting. Jojo! Wonder if Joe's here to help me get honey. Yes! There she is! Oh my goodness. Is she getting us honey? I see a bottle in her hand. Isn't Joe amazing? Wait, is this working now? It is. Okay. Oh, this is good too. Wait. What the? All right. This is fine. We're getting there. 12. We only have 4 more to go. Hi, Joe. What's this? Another honey block? Amazing. Yeah, if only we had an emote for Joe. I know. Really big missed opportunity there, right? So we have a couple of different areas we can make our growing redstone industrial area. So over here is a strong contender, right? I mean, it would look kind of cool. We had our slime farm and then our super smelter and then like our bone meal thing beside it. Oh, I kind of like that. What do you think? Should we just like flatten some more of this area and just make this our industrial area? That's a really cool thought. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. I like that plan a lot. I didn't really think about it too hard. I made a suggestion and was like, I love it. Hey, good morning, Odium. Okay, so first, I want to deal with all of this, which I assure you is related. Promise you it's related. I put the stuff though. Oh, by the way, how are we doing with slime? Uh-oh. How backed up is it? Okay. Hey, what's up, Zergen? How you doing, friend? Morning. Okay, like, we've got more slime than we're ever going to need for the rest of this playthrough. Check. So I had a really adorable experience this weekend. I got to spend some time. This is perhaps a failing on English. I got to spend some time with my cousin and his wife. And their kids, who are also my cousins. You know what I mean? It's just like there's this entire structure of my family who collectively, spanning 2 generations, are all just labeled cousin. Hey, Zari, good luck on your presentation. But anyways, one of these cousins is 7. And when he found out that I got to play Minecraft professionally, his eyes lit up. It was adorable. His eyes just like got huge. And then he just started kind of like excitingly shaking. I don't know how else to describe it. Just vibrating on the spot. It was adorable. And I was like, okay. I guess there's a, I've won. I don't think there's anything that is more validating than when you suddenly become like a hero in the eyes of children. You know what I mean? There's just like a sense of pure wonder in the eyes, and you're like, okay, I've made it. I've made correct decisions at some point in my life. Hey, good morning, Electra. Okay, so let's clear this whole area out. I'm gonna move this tree as well. So one of the things we're going to have to do if this is going to be our industrial area is we're going to have to level some ground, right? I don't think it makes sense for our industrial area to be on all of these different levels. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to level here. My 11-year-old thinks you're a god among mortals, especially when you saw the base the other day. How does he do that? That's super cool. So it's okay if redstone floats, because redstone is already magic. And as such, redstone is allowed to be magic, right? I think we're all in agreement about that. This tree here. Curiouser and curiouser. So this family, these specific cousins, one of them is Icelandic. And something Icelandic that I really enjoyed is outside of immediate relatives, you know, parent and sibling, they're just like, we're gonna have one word for relatives on this side of the family and just like one word for relatives on the other. And not really worry about cousin, aunt, uncle, second uncle, fourth cousin, twice removed. I kind of like that. Like, all right, who are you? Well, we're this side. Perfect. What about you? Oh, the other side? Awesome. Okay, that's all very clear now. Thank you. Okay, I need glass to replace that because I think that'll look better. How's my volume today, by the way, friends? Seems very loud to me, but maybe that's just the volume on my side. Oh, hello. There was a crater. You mean to go downstairs, sweetie? I replace the trap doors with carpets up top. Oh, I understand. Sure, sweetie. Speaking of magical redstone, which Minecraft channel? Oh, just throw it in general. Reverb. Right, what do I have? Speaking of magical. Do I have glass on me or no? Sure don't. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I need to go get, oops, whoops. I need to go get, wait, let's make sure I didn't accidentally switch it. I did! I somehow almost used my fortune pick on my ender chest there. That would have been bad. I need to go get glass. All right, so let's see what Reverb has done here. Is this a magical expanding the super hidden enchanting table Reverb? I'm sorry, did you use diorite as your redstone block? Repeater delay, comparator, subtractor. Yeah, using a cauldron as it? Wait, hold on. Does it just randomly come up and down? Because you have that on a redstone clock. Amazing. Was this all a clever ruse just to get diorite on screen? Reverb! It's timed? That's amazing. So you get to just like hang out. You're like, oh, I'm sorry. You'll have to come back during office hours if you want to enchant. Chests in the redstone box. Didn't I have like 8,000 excess chests? Did I put them over here? I did. Excellent. Okay, I want those. All right, and now I need a little bit of glass. I mean, technically I need a lot of bit of glass, but that'll come later. In Danish, there's a non-gendered word for sibling. Soskinde? Cool. I mean... Sorry, is Joe... I thought Joe was chasing that dog. I mean, isn't sibling also non-gendered? Yeah. Same thought, the Alrad. Okay, so... Right. I just need to tidy this up very quickly here. Ah, crap. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm flying back and forth again. Turns out I need mega hoppers. Is there something more specific about that Danish word? Or is it just like the translation? All right, yeah, another 19 hoppers, that'll be good. I'm leaving this iron and gold here, by the way, for JoJo. She's still working primarily out of this base. 16 honey blocks! Joe, you're amazing! Thank you, sweetie. There. The most efficient storage system ever designed. I love it so much. It's so dumb. If I were a car, the Disney car universe, what car would I be? Could I be a Transformer? Like, what would happen to that universe if I showed up just as, like, Optimus Prime? You know, the whole Cars cast is getting ready to race. And then it was just like, Autobots, roll out. And they're like, wait, what? Okay, so I want to knock down that. And I think I want to put the farm facing that orientation right in that slot. And in order to do that, I need to move all these chests. In order to move all these chests, I need a place to put all that stuff. And I'm thinking that's going to be right here. So welcome to the new home of shame chests. And my goal here is to organize them a little bit better. So we're going to do one stack for everything. There can't be more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 unique blocks over there, right? I don't believe it for a second. You find more shame chests kind of soothing. Perfect. Well, you'll always feel very relaxed here. Always going to be shame chest. Ah, perfect. Thank you, Jojo. Joe has found more flaws in our honey system, which is not great. Not great. All right, what are you? You're all deep slate. Okay. Great question from the Cars movie. Why do the cars in Cars have seats? Dang. Yeah, you just blew my mind. What's up, Chronicler? How you doing, friend? I need to empty my inventory here. I'll be able to move things significantly more efficiently. Only bringing these 2 things with me just in case. Just in case. How you doing, Chronicler? Welcome, friend. Okay, so this is still deep slate. This will be cobbled deep slate. Granite. Let's just throw these slabs out. This will be andesite. I guess. Let's combine these. This will be tough. Bunch of gravel. Okay, perfect. I'm gonna need more chests, is what I'm learning here. It's andesite. Congratulations, you are now gravel. I think it's really important that every Minecraft playthrough have one designated shame chest area, right? Why am I filling the top chest and not the bottom chest? What is going on with you, Jaeger? Are you okay? There are no hoppers. Make this go from top to bottom. Perfect. Alright, let's switch to an axe. Are all Pixar movies in the same universe? I mean, does that make sense? Just different timelines? I don't even know if canonically that makes sense. Oh, good. That's just a fan theory? There's a fan theory that they're all in the same timeline, but wait. But different points in time before and after the apocalypse. Wild. Okay. Alright. There's the smart accounts of yes, they're all within our universe, which is technically correct. Which is the worst kind, the worst or best kind of correct. I can never decide. Now, what are you? Oh, you're all cobble. Okay, I'm gonna need another double chest. You're a bunch of random wood stuff. You're grass. You're just empty. Okay. What's going on here? I do all this stuff? Whatever. I guess we put it all here. This is fine. Kevlar Giraffe! Hey, friend. What's up? Thank you very much for 14 months of support. I threw my carrots on the ground. Doesn't this feel good? Tidying up always feels good. I know what you're saying, but Serge, you're not tidying. You're simply moving the mess. This is why I needed my pickaxe. Oh my goodness. Really? It takes this long to break a block with an axe instead of a pickaxe? That's absurd. And it gets destroyed? Okay, show of hands. Who in chat knew that that was going to happen? What? Apparently, if you try and pick up a stone cutter with an axe, you just destroy it. So sometimes a block needs a tool to get picked up. I didn't know it was going to do that. That's a little frustrating, if I'm honest. There's obsidian. Need obsidian. Okay, let's make a little shame pile over here. Perfect. Most stone type blocks will be destroyed if you pick it up without something other than a pick. Huh. Does it make sense? I don't know about that. I need a wood box. Put all this stuff into. Need this box. Put this into. Still spruce. Sure. Put these things in here, because why not? I'm just surprised it broke. I didn't think it was so fragile. It's the same thing as a furnace. No kidding. Alright, now hold on. Do I have an empty chest here somewhere? I don't. I do. Right, that's where cobble goes now. Alright. Let me put this obsidian in here. That makes sense. I assure you it makes sense. Wait, I need to put these chests away. They're going to go in this redstone box. Perfect. Alright, now we get rid of those chests, and then we're going to flatten this whole area. Oh, butts. Well, goodbye. I say goodbye, but that stone should end up making its way back up through the storage system and ending up down there. Eh. Yeah, my axe has silk touch as well, which is another reason I was so surprised. Nothing breaks with silk touch. It's basically magic. Suddenly me, shocked Pikachu face as something breaks. I've been betrayed. Everything I thought was true is a lie. Okay. Now, very important step. Do I not have flint and steel on me? No way. How do I not have flint and steel on me? I always have flint and steel on me. Let's correct this right now. Now, I know what you're saying. A lot of you are saying, but Serge, aren't you just going to simply pick up your garbage again? Sure won't. Be gone, garbage. And seeds. Hey, what's up, Smith? Thank you so much for 21 months. Sub is of legal age in the United States now. My goodness. They grow up so fast. Single tier. Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, next thing's next, because that's how words work. We're going to knock down this whole area, and we're going to push it pretty far in that direction. And yeah, this looks extra wide enough. Start by getting rid of all the trees. Climb up after that. Get rid of all the trees. I think I'm going to have to bring more torches for this area too once it's flat. I do remember creepers coming down from this hill and blowing up my stuff. Very rude. Very, very rude, honestly. This is really making me wonder why I decided to build my redstone area in the middle of a forest. The middle of a hilly forest. Every project starts with me having to remove the trees and the hill. I mean, I guess the location of the slime farm did sort of dictate where this was. All right. I no longer blame myself for past surge. Good job, past surge. You did fine. Perfect. How far back do we want to go here? Is this wide enough? And the plus to all of this, getting lots of spruce. Things are coming up us. Oh no. So I guess that leaf despawned just as I touched it, but that was one of those moments where my brain was just like, what just happened? Okay, maybe my bed is too far from what we're doing as well. Oh, I should also make another chest just for wood and wood accessories. Wait, no, I have a shulker box for this. What am I doing? Whatever. This can go in here. I'll grab the actual proper shulker box for this and put these away, right? There we go. I'm very smart. More shame chests is what we need. Exactly. No, it's fine. Hey, the shame chests have their very own important area, right? Shame chests have a job as well. Don't shame the shame chests. They're working hard. Okay, so now what I can start to do, actually let's get distracted for a second. Is the cobble making its way out? Oh, a hopper. Amazing. Maybe all the cobble ended up landing not there? I don't know. All right, well, time to flatten some stuff. Burn. And shovel goes burr, eh? Goodbye. Goodbye. This is really satisfying. This is really strangely, oddly satisfying, and I'm here for it. All right. All right. It's wild how much the actual game of Minecraft doesn't become open to you until you beat the entire thing and master the Nether and End and all of that. So it's funny, Shivam, because that's definitely the way that I approach the game. But I've been watching, I watch a lot of Hermitcraft on YouTube. I watch a lot of Minecraft on YouTube, specifically Hermitcraft. And something that's very interesting to me is I figured my playstyle would be fairly in line with a lot of other people who play a lot of Minecraft, in that, like, you know, get geared up because that really unlocks the whole game. And then watching Empire's SMP, which was something that Pearl and Gem were on before they joined. I mean, they're still on it, rather. But I was exposed to Empire's SMP by Pearlescent Moon and Gemini Tay hanging out on that. And the majority of the builders on that build huge things, like these massive structures, like bases that make me feel bad about myself, with iron tools. And watching Hermitcraft now, it's amazing how many of the hermits don't have netherite stuff. Like, they're on episode 8. They've been on their world as long as we've been in ours, presumably even longer. Like, the amount of hours that they've played as opposed to the amount of hours that I've played in this one. And they're just now being like, I should probably get geared up. So it's fascinating. I don't know what the button or the conclusion from that is, but like, maybe it's, you don't necessarily have to do things in the same order. And you can do some amazing stuff without it, right? You got here and you're suspected that I'm distracted. I've never once been distracted. The reason y'all enjoy watching me is my ability to single-mindedly dedicate myself to one project from start to finish. Also, what up, everybody? What up, Arclight? Penguino Fluff. Good to see you all, friends. He said it without laughing. Wow. Wow. It's okay. It's okay. Doing my best not to cry here. Getting bodied by my mods again. Okay. Shave this down. What if I single-mindedly focused myself on getting distracted? Oh, I'd be unstoppable. So out of curiosity, I wonder if I have enough room here. And I think, I have a hunch, I'm not actually going to count it, that I'm still a little bit short. I also want this all to be grass. My problem is I've plunked down a base and now I refuse to give up the garbage I built in order to scout out a better place to actually do the game correctly. So that's a problem you're going to encounter in a lot of games. And something that's particularly common in factory games or automation builders, which you could say in some ways Minecraft is too. The beautiful thing about Minecraft is it's functionally endless. And as such, you don't have to start a new world to start over, right? You can literally just like go over the hill and you're like, hey, new stuff. Cool. And so, I don't know, sometimes it can be liberating. Just be like, I'm going to keep all the tools I've made. I'm going to keep everything I had before as like a reference point or emergency backup. And keep going. Yeah, moving to give yourself space. Moving... So I'm a very big clutter person. In what I'm trying to say is I hate clutter. And this is particularly true if I'm trying to cook or something like that. If there's too much like visual clutter in a space that I'm looking at, I can't deal with it. So my solution to that, oh my God, is this less effective than it was before? It might be. My solution to that is I got to keep things tidy or else I can't work. Okay, this is going worse than it was before, and I don't know why that is. I have a plan. Glass is immovable, right? Well, let's find out. Let's see if this breaks everything. Oh, it sure isn't. Whatever, this is hilarious. So obsidian is immovable. Glazed terracotta is immovable. No, that makes sense because you typically use glass to line flying machines and stuff like that. Furnaces are immovable. Yeah. Furnaces wouldn't look good there, though. It's not like I need the slime. Anyways. Clutter. So, yeah, sometimes it's hard to solve a problem that you're looking at because instead of being able to think on the problem, you're just looking at the mess. You're looking at the clutter. So moving to a new space, getting away from everything that's there, might help free up your brain to work on the problem at hand. I don't know if that makes sense. Oh. Yeah, I could fix it, or I could just move on with my life. I have chosen to move on with my life. All right, let's give ourselves about another 10 blocks to work with here, which means this tree's got to go. Oh. And this tree? Yep, you too. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Perfect. Goodbye. All right, now we have lots of room for activities. Or we will in just a second here. Very good. Sneaky pig. Right, actually. There's a pig up there. That means a creeper could be up there. That's not typically how Minecraft mechanics works, but it was a good little reminder for my brain that I'm supposed to torch this area. That made sense to people who aren't me, right? That was a perfectly ordinary association there. Yeah? Perfect. Okay, good. Everyone's in agreement. Isn't that like the history of creepers? They were poorly implemented pigs. Am I remembering that correctly? Or was it a different mob that I'm mistaking? Yeah. Yeah, let's pretend that's why I made that association. I'm very smart. That was the plan all along. All right, the cleanup and the prep is almost ready. And we're going to get into the good stuff. It's going to be redstone time. Ooh, redstone. Is this wide enough? I didn't actually think about that. It's long enough, but is it wide enough? But if it doesn't, I should have counted, because if it doesn't line up with this cliff face, I don't know if I want to knock down the whole cliff face. You know what I mean? I feel very silly if I did all of this work and then it doesn't even fit here. All right, make it a little bit prettier here. We're not even ever going to see that. Oh well. Let's just use grass. Or pardon me, let's just use dirt. Oh. I'm really nervous now. I should have counted it ahead of time. I swear, if we have to redo all of this because I'm very silly, I'm gonna be medium sad. Not very sad, just medium sad. All right, so how much how much room to work with do I have here? So this is, what am I at? This is negative 2077. And this is 96, which means I have 19 blocks across to work with. 19. And the farm I want to make is... Oh, heck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 across? No. What if I turn it, flip it turnwise? Because I was thinking if it wasn't fast enough, it's expandable, right? Because it's modular. And so I want to build it in the sort of way that if for some reason in the future I need to scale up bone meal, we can make it longer that way. Well, let's count this just in case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Doesn't work in either direction. Oh my goodness. We just spent 20 minutes of digging and it doesn't work. That's a little bit embarrassing. Okay. You know what? No, this wasn't a failure. That was just us prepping for this. Yep. That was the whole plan this whole time, was actually to put it parallel and behind this farm. And we just did the hard part first. Right, chat? Yeah. Yeah. Goodness. Okay. How wide was it? 27? No, you don't want to do it above the pit. You want there to be sky access. I mean, technically we don't need more slime, but if we ever need more slime, we're fine. But yeah, you leave this with sky access. Oh my goodness. I was counting. Every time I look at the inefficiency, I get sad. But I should enjoy the joy that is that. Okay, let me grab the bed. And then I guess welcome to my life, where all we're gonna do is terraform for the next little bit. That's fine. So it's really funny looking at that little slime launcher, because on the one hand, I get sad every time it doesn't work, but on the other hand, I refuse to fix it. Wait, 40 months, Chris! Oh my goodness, thank you so much, friend. That's an entire year, yes. Wait, so if a metric year is 100, where are you that a year is 40? I believe you, of course, because why would you lie to me? Sure, diorite can go here. That's my thought, Sir Garrett Cameron. We're just going to make it parallel now. So our goal here, what am I looking at? Our goal here is just to make it parallel. Would it be faster to get a beacon? Beacon's only going to make it faster if we have stone to remove. We primarily just have grass and tree to remove, which a beacon doesn't help because we're already as fast as we can get. The question is, how much stone do we encounter? And I don't think it's enough to warrant grabbing a beacon. I thought about it. But yeah, the majority of what we're doing is not stone related, so beacon doesn't help. The slime launcher is the pile of clean laundry we would keep walking past instead of bringing it upstairs. Ah, it's clean! That's the thing with clean laundry, is the work's already done. I don't understand what the problem is. If it was dirty laundry, then we'd talk, but it's clean laundry. Okay, that's the right height, and then it stops about here. I mean, the best part about this is all the spruce logs we're getting, right? Fantastic. Our goal is to get spruce rich. I mean, you'll never run out of wood. Need for wood, rather. It's very easy to run out of the wood. You're a big fan of the summon Snurge button? It's been a success. I mean, looking at use alone, looks like people have enjoyed the addition of Snurge in the chat. Would I use TNT to level this? No, not a chance. It's like 3 layers of ground. I think you'd spend more time placing TNT and then filling the holes than you actually would, because it's like, it's just a big flat area. This is the majority of the work, right? Snurge gives you something to do with the hundreds of thousands of points you're sitting on. Yeah, I think I'm at like 500,000 or 600,000 points in lure chat. So when the question was asked, what is the most efficient way to clear this? Turns out it was just use shovel. Sometimes the simplest options are the best option. Turn that down just one bit. Constant buzzing of the shovel. There we go. Oh, there was a question. Somebody wanted to level a hill in their world. Oh! Oh. Thought there were suggestions of like, how are we going to level this hill? Tough to know without knowing where you are in your playthrough. Also what you enjoy doing. Yeah, beacon not being useful against dirt is very important. Sorry, natural assumption of the streamer that all conversations happening in chat are about me. I don't know if that makes me a narcissist or not. Or if it's a natural misunderstanding to make in Twitch chat. Serge, you're so vain. You probably think this message is about you, don't you? No, I'm Drastrix. It's totally fine. I just think it's hilarious. Wow, streamer. As an only child, you see no problem with this logic? Yeah, no kidding, Chris. Oh, heck, I needed a little bit of dirt. I'll fly back for that. Ow. Oh, that tree almost killed me. My Greek flaw has never been narcissism. It's traditionally been hubris. Dang. What are the other classic Greek flaws? There's Achilles' heel, right? Their flaw was their heel. How is the slime ball launcher working? Like, technically or efficacy-wise? The answer to one of those is poorly. Achilles' character flaw wasn't his heel. But I don't know if it was a character flaw or just their tragic flaw. Cassandra could tell the future but was cursed to no one believing her. I bet you there's a bunch that, like, as we talk about them, it'll jog my mind. It's like, look, I played through Hades. I can't remember half of them. Achilles' flaw was his mother didn't know about tongs. Damocles' flaw was, yeah, always this sword above his head. Poor Damocles. Really should have done something about that. Maybe a hat. Hey, what's up, bud? Ouroboros? My friend, how you doing? We're talking about heroes? Not heroes. We're talking specifically about flaws. So my Greek flaw would be hubris. Moved into your new place. That's awesome. I like that. Like, tag yourself. Which is your Greek flaw? What's up, Keon? Welcome, friend. All right. Do we have enough room for activity now? What did we say it was? 27 across? Give me a second here. Maybe a lot of these are more obscure than we thought. Greek flaws not as common. Wait, I'm on the wrong side. Okay, hold on. 27? 1, 2, 3. Wait, crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. I hate everything. 23? I have to go further? Why is 27 so big? That's so dumb. 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go a little bit larger. So 23 forward, make it 27. I want to make a little bit more room. Let's go to here. So big because 27, 28, 29. Okay, well, first of all, boo. That was also really funny. Hey, what up, Grady? I am finding out that numbers are a lie and maybe even a trap in Minecraft. Do you have any idea how big a 27 footprint is for a redstone machine? Apparently 27. Which is something I never actually counted. Which is on me, but I'm still upset about it. 27 is basically like infinity by this point. Been betrayed. Like, look at this. You would think that this area here would be big enough for a redstone machine. Turns out it's not. $27 turns out more than all of my fingers and toes combined. I think. I don't actually know. It's at this point it's basically an imaginary number. This point just rounded up to 32. Stop trying to scope my creep. Wait, creep my scope? Hold on. You know what I mean. First of all, how dare you? No. Okay. Are you attached? Will you decay? You are attached. You will not decay. Okay. I'm not chopping any more trees. How dare you? This is absurd. What is the goal here? Big old redstone thingy. So I mean, unless you're worried about lag, which is, you know, very fair, I typically like to put a lot of my farms all in the same area because of how chunk loading works. So in Minecraft, for performance reasons, as far as the game is concerned, only so much of the world exists at any point. And that is in the areas immediately, well, not immediately, within a certain radius of the player. And that is commonly referred to as chunk loading. So if you're next to it, it's working. And if you're not next to it, it doesn't exist. It's like magic. So if you put all of your farms next to each other, they'll all work at the same time, which is good. Now, mind you, some farms, that's a bad idea because they're very laggy. And if you put them all in the same area, then, you know, nothing works because your computer's on fire. So we've got our passive slime farm here, which is really good. And we've got our super smelter here, which is also really good. So we're going to put our giant bone meal machine here too. Question for you, Serge. Is there a relationship between country of origin and optimal roast? Ooh, I love talking about coffee. There's a simple answer and there's a long answer. The simple answer is, I don't even know if there is a simple answer. Crap. You could say yes and you could say no. And both would be true. There's an asterisk beside both one. Crap. How do I best handle this question? Is there a relationship between origin, country, and optimal roast? If you accept the premise that every coffee is unique, then you could also accept the premise that there is an individual optimal roast for every single coffee. If that makes sense, right? So there are unique characteristics found in every coffee. And if you had the time and the budget, because obviously those are constraints to everything, you could find a way to bring out the specific flavors that you want to bring out in that coffee. Now, something that happens is every roastery has a style in sort of the coffee that they want to present to their customers, because customers are picky and they want consistency. And if they enjoy how a particular place roasts their coffee, they'll go back. So it's like there's sort of a subjective element in what you want to show off in a particular coffee as well. So that's going to change things. But let's ignore that as well. Now, seeing as how time and budget are limited, what you might end up doing is having a rough idea of, okay, I know I have a fruity coffee from Ethiopia here. The last time I had a fruity coffee from Ethiopia, I roasted it like this, and I really enjoyed that. So you'll use it as a starting point. Are you necessarily going to say that every time you get a coffee from that area, you're going to roast it the same way? Not necessarily, but with time and experience, you'll have a rough idea of where to go from there. I hope that also makes sense. So yeah, the short and long answer are, it depends. Yeah. So the question optimal is also subjective. Yeah, I would say that, you know, I enjoy a much lighter roast. Much like, let's say, steak, for example, the higher quality it is, the less you want to cook it so you can bring out the natural flavors. The same holds true of coffee, right? I don't want to roast it too much, because then at this point, you're tasting the roast and not the beans. At which point, why are we paying a premium to bring in a very nice coffee? I imagine there's no direct relationship between country of origin and optimal roast. I mean, there kind of is and there isn't. Again, it's tough, because as I mentioned, when I was working as a roaster, we'd get a South American coffee in and be like, okay, let's use our starting South American roast profile, and it's only going to change so much within there. Do certain origins tend towards certain style of... Here's a question. Do certain origins tend towards certain styles of beans? Again, that's kind of a big question. There are... So much like wine, because a lot of people are more familiar with wine than they are with coffee, there is the terroir. Okay, hold on. Let's back up another step. Coffee is a plant, and plants have very specific growing conditions. Within plants, there are like subfamilies, there are varieties, and some of those are very climate specific. So different types of coffees will grow better in different growing conditions, and that is going to be based on the elevation, based on the soil type, based on a bunch of factors that are there. Now, mind you, people will buy certain types of coffee and try and grow it in other areas, because it also has stuff like yield, as in how much money will I make per tree, how resistant is it to like insects in the area. Again, it's a plant, and that happens for a lot of other crops, like in fruit, for example. You can see that conversation would make sense. It's not necessarily just how delicious it is, it's how economically viable is this particular varietal. When you're evaluating a cup of coffee, God, y'all are making me dive so down the rabbit hole here. There are a couple of things that are going to impact your coffee. There's the country of origin. The terroir is going to inflect flavor. There's the variety. The variety is going to impact the flavor. There's the processing. The processing refers to the method of how you get the fruit off so you can actually roast the coffee bean. That's going to impact flavor. And then the roaster is also going to impact the flavor. They're going to do a better or worse job. They're going to impact a certain quality onto or not. Yeah, TQ's being like, do you know that Surge has an entire coffee newsletter? Which, by the way, we published the latest episode yesterday, 2 days ago. So if you are a Brews Letter subscriber, there's the Coffee of the Month right up. Came out not too long ago. Yeah, y'all made me jump down this rabbit hole pretty deep there. Pausing. Far too much sarcasm. Thank you for 29 months. The other pen, thank you for 19 months. I appreciate that tremendously. So, does roasting matter? Yes. Does it matter in isolation, everything else? No. There's an entire journey. There's an entire journey that things go on, you know, from start to finish. And it's all connected, man, right? It's all connected. Generic Glittergoth with that prime and 20 months. Thank you. I hope I answered those questions in a satisfactory means, but I also need to count for a second there. So can we pause the coffee convo for half a second? Also, hi everybody. Welcome. You're all wonderful. I really appreciate you all being here and getting really distracted with me. I started a new job servicing commercial espresso machines and coffee brewers. That's super cool, Coreflux. There's literally like 2 people in Victoria who do that. Okay, 27 by 21. I think this is going to work. I think we figured it out. So I want to find the center point now. And the center point is a 1 block. So this is what our farm profile is going to look like from the side. Do I have it from the other side? Am I very silly? From this side. Great. And I want that to line up with roughly hereabouts. So now it's time for me to go get a bunch of resources. I need 70 hoppers. I need 28 composters and 28 barrels. And K-Tulos has been here for 16 months. Thank you for that, Prime. Surge is amazing. Roasted. Am I doing this right? Dang, how could you? Joe. Lavender says, oh dang, I just built the same machine on my server and it took all day. Cool. I'm excited to hear that. The Il Mango bone meal farm friend? Is everything in this world obtained through survival? Yep. This is a survival playthrough. Let's just torch spam a little bit more since we pushed back the perimeter of what's safe. Modify the design a little so that only one side is making bone meal. The other side is doing moss and bushes. Ah, I guess if you wanted both. Yeah, cool. I just need bone meal. I need lots and lots of bone blocks so we can build with it in our ocean base. All right, let's count everybody's favorite part, counting. Wait, it's 27 across. That means our midpoint is 14, right? That's how counting works. I'm very smart. So I'm going to grab a redstone block, and that's going to indicate where the center point is. And we left ourselves a little bit of room on the side, so it's actually going from 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now we need to make sure we also have room for 13 on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That gives us 2. Okay. I do probably need to knock down these 2 trees, though. They're too close. Then, probably also want to move it back so it's about here. All right, that's going to be our center point. Is the moss farm better or faster than a mob farm or a skeleton spawner? It's just different. And that's the fun part. is it's just new. It's using the new mechanics, and that in and of itself is exciting. Because I've never made this farm before, and I've made a lot of other farms before. But I really have to pee. So let's fly into this hole. This is our bathroom break hole. We can watch farm stuff happen. I will be right back. I return. Hello? All right, let's see how our torch spam did. I think we did a pretty good coverage. Let's see if any mobs spawn. That's a bit of a problem, isn't it? How much slime is that? Half a stack? Oh. Surge, would you get more for 1 month as a sub here or €4 on Patreon? Patreon. But it also depends on what you want in return for your money. On Twitch, you get access to emotes. On Patreon, you get access to me talking about coffee. So they are different services. And either way, I'm very, very, very happy that you would even consider doing a support thing. Oh no, we're not changing this or fixing this. We're just going to constantly feel bad anytime we find mistakes. But yeah, Twitch takes a 50% cut on subs, and the Patreon, I don't actually know what the Patreon cut is, but it's better than that. Wait, I have no, I need iron. What do I need? On Twitch, you don't get ads. That's true. That's true. That's true. It's worth mentioning, if you sub, you get ad-free viewing. Not that I run ads, but pre-roll, and if you watch on the VODs, yeah, ad-free viewing is pretty big. Well, thank you very much, Adam. I appreciate that. It's very thoughtful. 70 hoppers. 70 hoppers is, what is 70 times 5? 350? 350 iron, which is just under 6 stacks. 6 stack of iron. Uh-oh. Smith says, once I have enough income, I'll do both. But for now, I require no ads and the Hubris emote. Yeah, you know, you do you. I really appreciate it. Look, I'm just happy that people are here hanging out, having a good time. The goal of an entertainer is to put on a good show. All right. How much iron do you make? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh no. Uh-oh. My math command actually works? Yeah. We have 2 math commands, TQ. We have an actual math command, and then we have a stacks command, which is even cooler. Pardon me. Is it time to make an iron farm? I've been pretty happy just mining iron, to be honest. Your math command just shouts out memes. Less than 5 or 420. Nice. All right. I need 70 hopper. Probably also need a crafting table. All right, next I need 28 composters. How do I make 1 composter? Starting point, just slabs. Okay, very good. I need 28 barrels. Oh, barrels is a mixture of slab and stone. Oh, very good. All right, I need more of these. Okay, 28 of these. Very good. Next, I need 4 note blocks. Note blocks requires redstone dust. Okay, very good. Then I need... Oh, wait, what are we building this on? Maybe we build it all on... That's all fancy, and it's using fancy blocks. I will use granite. Perfect. Can you feed the outputs of squeaks into stacks to see how many stacks of squeaks have happened? Currently less than 1. Yeah, we have no historical data. Oh man, can you imagine if we had historical data on squeaks though? If we knew like my, squeaks per stream, stuff like that, that'd be amazing. What if I just brought all of these with me when we went to go build it? I'm gonna need torches and droppers and ice and slabs and all kinds of stuff. Yeah. The only thing I don't have that I will need is some of these blocks. Okay, so first order of business, I want this perspective here, and I'm going to need butts. How many blocks is that? Is that 5 or 6? Ah, great start. Great start, Jaeger. Great start. All right. One, two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And that's right from the center point, right? Oh, it's not even the center point. The water stream is over by 1. Okay. So it's 6, but it's to the left by 1. Do I have a soul sand on me? I don't, but I think that's okay. I'm going to move my bed over to me too. Hello, chicken. Okay, that's our center point. Let's put down an ender chest. Let's grab our redstone box. Let's grab our wooden box. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Do I have soul sand in here? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I'm very smart. Today is not one of those days. Oh, I don't have glass either. Wow, go Surge. But that's fine. Now the next thing we're going to need is that's just one big old thingy, right? So that's 21. There's like 4 blocks from there. So let's guess 25. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 25. Let's just assume that's all correct. I do need to count again. Oh my goodness, all my starting measurements are off, but that's okay. So from the corner, 1, 2, 3, 4. On the 4th block in is when I want to do my first redstone. One. Help me out, chat. Was it 4 from the inside or is it 4 from the outside? Fourth block in from the inside. So 1, 2, 3 on this one. All right, let's do it then. These dispensers are droppers. It looks like they're not the pog face. You can see they're the ones that are smiling, not poggy. See? Hello! Thirsty Kitty, oh my goodness, is my first ever 41-month sub. Holy moly. Thank you so much for the continued support, my friend. I appreciate the heck out of that. I don't have observers, arrows on my observers, do I? Oh, I do. I do have arrows on my observers. Amazing. So when it says the arrows go away from this, does it mean like this? It does. Oh, I'm so good at redstone. Okay. Then I have a comparator. Then I have a torch. Then I have a comparator. Why that no work? That clock is very picky. Break the torch and then place it again? Oh, there's observers underneath. See, I didn't see that because the photo I took. Oh, there's observers there. Aha! Aha! That makes sense. I was like, how does this work? It's not actually connected to anything, right? Oops. Let's try this again. It sings us a little song. Adorable. Way better. All right, that's one. All right, and now we want to do we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hoppers pointing into that, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hoppers pointing into that. And then we turn 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hoppers pointing into that. Okay. So you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that's going to be where our second dispenser is. Dropper is. Just do a little double count there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Perfect. All right, now we do the same clock we just saw before, but reversed. So note block, and we have arrow point away, arrow point away. Have you, and we have note block, have arrow point away, arrow point away. We put a block. Nope. Have a block, have a torch, and we have a comparator. Then we have a test. It's very important that they're harmonizing. Well, they're not harmonizing. They're the same note. Also a valid answer there. Okay, so now we take all of our composters and we put them on top of that, and then we put a bunch of hoppers pointing into those composters. So let's do that next. So if I do the old flipperoo here, this is the opposite side. We have another row of composters. Okay, so it looks like what we have is, and if you've built this farm, correct me if I'm mistaken here, we have another row of hoppers pointing directly into all of these hoppers, and then another row of composters on top of those, and another row of hoppers pointing straight down into them, right? Yeah, all of those hoppers are pointing straight back. Then there's composters, and those are all going down. And then we have the barrels on top. So yes. And I guess it doesn't really matter. Like these could also just funnel all the way down and in. Like that's sort of a minor detail. Try and get a chord going and put them off by a third. I mean, it sounds very harmonic, but maybe, hold on, a third. So give me a second here. Let's tune this for half a second. There. Is that better? Rather than playing the same note, they're in harmony with each other? Are you happy? Okay, so now the barrel's on top on this side. I don't make Minecraft. I make art. Art! Coffee talk and music theory. What a stream. Did you see all the math we had to do on previous streams too? It was ridiculous. Yes, double row of composters on top of the next row of hoppers is more hoppers on the clock side. Yes, okay. And on the other side is one row of barrels. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, yes, yes. And all of the... Wait, hold on. Yes, okay. So this is neat. All of these hoppers are pointing into the barrels, but they'll also draw down, which is fine. So now we do this. Just check all of those hoppers. You get 4 note blocks. Yeah, we could do neat stuff with note blocks. However, we only need 2. We only need the 2 for now. So, important question. What color of glass should we use? We currently have plain glass. And then we also have blue glass. We could make another color of glass. The tutorial uses white, for example. But we could do whatever we wanted, honestly. Green glass, green grass for moss. Oh, right. I just want to use slabs. I don't have... The problem is, you picked green, and I don't have cactus. Cactus! You know who do have cactus? You know who does have cactus? Why did I make 28 of these? Did I only need 14? Did I count bad? Or did I count good and execute bad? Who do have cactus? A certain James Turner. Ow. So ideally, we don't take any of his experience. Instead, all we take is this. Yes! Yes! Do we need more than 6 stacks? We can always come back if we need more. Basil! Cashing in that butter bean. And another month of gift subs courtesy of Star Wars. Welcome, friend. Am I going to leave copper for it? You know what? I think when it comes to a farm like this, I'm just going to take it. Nobody tell James. Can I trust y'all? Are we cool, chat? That fence and death trap? It could be. That's why we don't go that way. Go this way. You already ordered a blimp to his house? It's the most expensive narc ever. Right, I need glass now. Used over 2 stacks of glass? Okay, I'll grab 4 just in case. One stack. Nope. 1 stack of your finest green glass, please. Wait, TQ stitched immediately? TQ! How dare. Alright, so we want 2 high glass going this whole way. Keeping... Who is them in this equation that we're keeping honest? Hi, Joe. Somebody is weed whacking immediately outside of my door. Wait a second. Why'd I go 25 blocks? How was I so unbelievably and comically off? I also don't know if this is right. Arclight, we were counting on you for the 3 here. I think this is wrong. We'll see. What do you mean, how dare? You led me astray. Now, let's not get too carried away with all of the glass stuff here. We'll find out when we start adding water streams. Oh yeah, that's totally supposed to be 4? Yeah, you're wrong. Because look, water source, 1, 2, 3, slab, then turn. It's okay, this farm's just 1 block longer now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just something we counted earlier. How are we feeling about the green here, friends? You digging it? Too late to change it. I just hope you enjoy it. We got some strong colors here. Now, I'm gonna have to do this. Oh, is it not gonna play us a song anymore? Because there's a block above it? No! Our song! We tuned it and everything. Oh well. Okay, I need 1, 2, 3, 4 buckets of water. You can have 2. What? Never been so disappointed in a farm in my life. All right, we want to go second to last left facing one. Wait, hold on. Right. Okay, of course. That's correct. Second to last left facing one. Right? Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll be on the 6th one. Can't tell. Ever made a song in Minecraft? I haven't. I haven't really played around with note blocks before. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great. All right. You know what? Why don't I just do this? This is so much easier. I don't have to climb inside like a peasant. All right. The next one is just before there. Great. All right, and we would add another water source that leads out after that. And if you're curious, that means we have some blocks in there. They go into the water stream, and the water stream says zoom. They zoom all the way down to the end. I watched a streamer do like this massive roof of the nether, like entire song thing before. And it was really interesting is they had a client side mod that showed the actual note that it was being tuned to, so you didn't have to listen to it. So you could just sit there and be like, okay, the next chord I need is X. And then they would just, you know, make it, which was kind of cool. So they did a very, very, very sophisticated song all along the roof of the nether, and I thought it was pretty cool. That's from Vanilla Tweaks? Nice. That way you don't have to sit there and be like, okay, and F sharp is like 7 tweaks, and if you miss it, and you don't have the ability to like hear notes in your head, you're not suddenly just sad. So I need 1 piece of soul sand. I also need to go up and get myself a tremendous amount of shroom light. That looks like about 2 stacks of shroom light. 1 soul sand, some shroom light. We definitely have the obsidian, which is kind of cool. So let's go get ourselves that. And I also think we're gonna need a bunch of quartz. Actually, here's a question. Lavender Creations, do you just have did you like write down everything you needed in one place when you built it? Yeah, awesome. If you still have your list, can you just ship me your entire list? That'd be amazing. Damn, I'm pretty. Thank you so much for 101 biddies. And it's farm, Surge. Farm. Time your every breath. What song is this? And every day you farm this place, you're 2 blocks nearer death, but you go. Yeah, just plop it in chat. That'd be great. I love requirements documentation. Just supposed to say 14. Chemical Workers song? I don't know it. Let's not die while we're waiting. Get the notepad up. It's a Union song from the 60s. Neat. What do you think of our farm so far, chat? Hmm? It's similar to 16 tons? Hmm. I'm chilling and waiting for this list if you're curious. Like, what's Surge waiting for? I want to know what my shopping list is before we head to the Nether. I can make my way to the Nether. Actually, you know what we're going to do in the meantime? Let's repair our tools and get some more quartz, which are two things we're going to need to do thanks to Joe's, or two things we're able to do, I should say, thanks to Joe's hard work here. 1 billion gold blocks. Aha! Aha! All right, give me a second. Should have just brought the shulker with me. Okay, we don't need the composters. We also don't need the hoppers or the sticky pistons because we got those done already. Slime block, easy. 17 honey block. Oh, I only had 16. That's fine. Slab is fine. Pickle is fine. Powered rail is fine. Iron bars, okay. Okay, so I've already used 2 droppers, so let's make that. Actually, I don't know which one. That's fine. That's fine. Let's leave it all for now. 84 shroom light. 84 shroom light. Note blocks, observers. This is all fine. We literally built it on top of a slime farm, so we're fine. Yeah. Slime, turns out, we're actually super good for. So I was feeling pretty crummy and under the weather yesterday. I was looking for something to do to fill a little time. And hopped onto Netflix. And what did I find? But the 2011 re-release of Hunter x Hunter. Oh, thank you for giving Lavender a brownie point, mods. Appreciate that. Yeah, so for whatever reason, my, like, go-to activity when I wasn't feeling great was a re-release of a classic shonen anime. It's actually super fun rewatching that. I forgot how much I loved that show. Glad I'm feeling better. Thank you. Are you a wild dog? You are. There's just a wolf in here. Hello. Amazing. I drop those in there. All right, let me empty my inventory. Go get some shroom lights. Let's go get some soul sand. Thank you so much for that list again. It's fantastic. And we've got a pretty big list of like redstone and redstone components to make. All right, we need more rockets. To the Nether. It often throws me off too. That wasn't an enormous slime. What I'm imagining you saw was actually just our slime machine. Just had a major stomach surgery, so there's a bunch of things you can't eat. Oh no! I'm wishing you a speedy recovery, friend. You're like, the brownie point will hold you over the meantime, though. We want Silk Touch. Do we want Silk Touch? Maybe. I don't actually think it matters. All right, Shroom Lights, where you at? Second, I need some scaffolding blocks here. Oh. Oh. Perfect. Okay. And I think we've got maybe like 30 back at the other base, but I think we can just grab it all while we're here, right? Let's just make this tree look better. Whatever. That's good enough. It's good enough. Look, you don't tell anyone, I won't tell anyone. Everything will be fine. All works out. Nods. Perfect. Thank you, Smith. Trying really hard not to get so focused on the task that I'm doing that, you know, just walk right into lava or something like that. Which is definitely a fear. How's the track record for don't tell anyone? Apparently 0? Apparently chat felt personally challenged when I said don't tell James, and there was a literal race amongst people lining up to snitch on me. $27 out of 84. We're getting there. We're getting there. Ooh, low-hanging tree fruits. Ooh. Sneaky. All right. All right. By the way, can we talk about how good shroom lights are? Aren't they just so pretty? Love them. And with Optifine, we've got that little bit of light that comes off too. So that if they end up falling into a place, it's a lot easier for us to track them down. Best way to get chat to not tell a secret, or to get chat to keep a secret, is not to tell you. Then where's the fun in that? Gotta tell you some stuff. That's not how trust works. I adore shroom lights. My texture pack makes them look like little fancy lamps. Oh, that's adorable. See? That's what we call a danger hole. Okay. I'm okay. Two men may keep a secret if chat is dead. Oh, dang. All right, I don't know if we have to go quite that far. Hopefully there's a middle ground. Do elytras not work in the nether? No, they do. Still doesn't mean I want to fall. Right, I can just climb these vines. Ow. Hello? Ghost block. Oh, wow, we already have over 60. That's amazing. Wait, we have exactly a stack? Ooh. I love when that works out. I see that one. Don't worry, chat. We'll go back for it. Ooh. How are we doing here? 74, which means I need 10 more. Oh, you know what I should do while I'm here? I wonder how many lava sources I need. Like 4? 5? Eight actually makes sense. I was about to say 8. I'm gonna craft 8 buckets and make 8 lava. And grab 8 lava, rather. It's like I'm here, right? Blam, 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 blam. Okay. That is the 84 that we need. Next. Eight bucket. Already have one. Ah, whatever. Eight. Good. Where do I put those? Sure, in this torch box. Why not? Torch, lava, basically the same thing, right? They're light sources. Grab a couple extra streamlights. That's not a bad idea. Honestly, right. Grab another, like, what do you think? 20? Yeah. And we have more to decorate with? Exactly. Do you hear things on fire, chat? I mean, we are in the nether, so it makes sense, but like specifically I heard things burning. Let's just make this tree pretty and pretend I didn't just destroy it there. There we go. Perfect. What am I at? It's an extra 7? That's not enough of extra. 8. Oh, there we go. There, that's an extra 13. Now, to find some soul sand. Gravel. Bastion. Bastion. Oh, I have soul sand at home. Oh, I can't quite reach. That's too bad. All right. Which way is 0, 0? This way. Anything else in the nether I need to grab? I have quartz. I have soul sand at home. We've got shroom light for days now. Snurge bot based on surge quote? Yes. Maybe I go back this way. Just to try and find a way out. Nope, this is the wrong way to be going. Looks like I like have to go this way. I should see stuff soon, right? Yes, there we go. Perfect. All according to plan. Yeah. Should we invest in the nether to make things easier to find? Probably. It's tough. Oh, look, one piece of soul sand. Is that all I needed, or I need more than one? One. I'm a genius. All right, perfect. Oh, we might need to go. Need to find sea pickle. Or you know what? If we're on adventure time, why don't we just go find our sea pickle right now too, while we're at it? I like that plan. What's up, Mike? Welcome. Hey, what's up, MTD Nerd Girl? How you doing, friend? Congrats on your new podcast stuff, friend. Excited about that. All right, we need to find a coral reef. Hey, what's up, Snack Pack? Hello, Basil. So many hellos. Hi, everybody. Welcome, friends. Do we know where coral reef is? Yes, this is an SMP. Chef of Death, thank you very much for 18 months in that prime. Just a reminder, you, Joe, and your mods and chat are all awesome and deserve coffee, cake, and ice cream. Wow. Have we found a coral reef before, chat? Trying to remember. Are we just kind of going around randomly trying to find things here? Yeah, we're going to grab a couple of sea pickles. Oh, geez. Joe knows the coordinates. Negative 726, positive 15. Wow, that's so far. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to a quick little tour of the world. This is a mountain. Maybe we'll stumble upon a coral reef as we try and find the known coral reef. Oh, geez. When was the last time I had an affogato? Yeah, legitimately curious. It's been a while. That's a really cute little villager house. Oh, heck. Hey, Joe, are you around? Can I put a pearl at home and you can save me or no? Okay, give me a second before we go off on our huge journey. We're going to do the suspended pearl get home trick. What's an affogato? An affogato is delicious. It is gelato with a shot of espresso on top of it. Grab a couple of rockets here. Alright, I think home is this way. Yeah, they're a little bit tough because you need to find a place that both has delicious ice cream and delicious espresso. Well, I mean, I guess you could compromise and have just fine of both of those. All right, Joe, the pearl is being suspended by your tree farm. But this is where the pre-made, this is a very important apparatus. You can stay AFK and I'll just tell you when it's ready. All right, so where am I going? Negative 730, positive 15. Best one you've ever had was a donut flavored gelato. Donut flavored gelato, that's exciting. Anyone does an avocado affogato? I mean, maybe if you had avocado flavored gelato. Oh, so decadent. Yes, my love. There's a zombie attacking our villagers? Are they in danger? Oh, villager. Well, that's a little scary. Negative 7, positive 15. There's a dessert called a German ice cafe, which is basically the same except more ice and more coffee. Isn't that just an iced coffee? Where does the ice cream play in? Okay, there we go. Coral Reef time. Thank you, Joe. String doesn't do anything for villagers. Remember this important proverb. If you think string will help, it won't. Welcome. That's it for Proverbs with Surge. Ice in German means both ice and ice cream. I guess it's context dependent. All right. Do sea pickles double only on coral, or can I just bone meal sea pickles on sand and it'll work? Do I have any idea when you're gonna make the bouncy house creeper from? I don't yet, Tide Collo Cat, but I know my nephew. No, it's not a nephew because I'm not an uncle. I know my young cousin is very excited for creeper stuff, and when he's at a camp next week, he said he was going to check out my stream. So I thought of maybe doing that for a stream where I know my 7-year-old cousin was going to be watching. So yeah, to make more pickles, do I need coral or can I do it on sand, chat? Help me out. Maybe I should just grab some coral anyways. Or is it only coral that you bone meal to get more coral? Baby drowned! Get out of here. Using bone meal on an underwater sea placed on top of living coral. That's what I thought. Okay. I have 9 coral. That's only 5. 6, 7, 8. All right, I need 1 more coral. Let's make sure color matches. 9. There we go. Okay. I have pickle. I have coral. I have some other coral, which can often be needed for redstone stuff. All right, Jojo, pull the lever. Ooh, look at all these squid. Being attacked by drowned. Joe, save me. Joe. Thank you. And just like that, we're home. There was a zombie in our villager trading area, huh? There shouldn't be. Where would they have come from? Oh, maybe right here? No, it's also fine. I was super careful with the lighting. Where, Joe? Oh, right there. Right? All of that's a 7? These all are 8s to me, sweetie. If you're right up against the wall, those won't spawn. Because, yeah, these blocks here are wall blocks. Can't reproduce on my machine. Just going to go ahead and close that ticket as resolved. Walked all the way out of the sea? Oh, the coral didn't dry out yet? Coral only dry out if you place it on the ground. As long as you... apparently my pockets are magical. My pockets are magical and will keep coral hydrated forever. You had no idea pearls operate like that? It only works that way, Archer Master, if you have somebody else to load it. So that only worked because Joe was still here with me. Where? All right, Joe says she found a 7. You think it walked all the way from there, sweetie? My torch! My torch! How dare you? Yeah, all right, it's pretty much solved now. Joe found another 7. Why'd I grab that box? Here. If you're hunting for dark spots, I'll give you the ability to solve them. Also, Joe, a gift for you. Pretty. What? You should have 30 torches. Oh, there. Walk back to where you just were, sweetie. Shh. All right. Did you also throw zombie flesh at her? Maybe. Is there a problem? Anyways, where were we? Oh, yes. We were making a farm. And right here, boop, it's supposed to be soul sand. Put this away. Let's put this away. Put these pickles away. Boop. All right. So the lower section now is done-ish. Done-ish. Think we could all agree that it is done-ish. So what we have made is the compost creating section of the farm. Joe was so offended by the zombie flesh she left the game. No, we're negotiating lunch. She's going to take care of that for us now. So I think I can close all of these reference images now. Boop, 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 boop. Not listening to Spotify, so let's go ahead and close that. Good. Alrighty, so I think the next thing we need to do is head back into our test world and take a look at this farm again. Oh, Arclight, you were right. It is only 3. Oh, I owe you an apology, and I need to move my farm. Oh. That's bad. So I think the next easiest thing to do is going to be to build all these platforms in either direction. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I want to go out with smooth stone, 8 blocks in both directions. So that's 8. Okay. Isn't that smooth stone the product of stone generation? Yes, but I want to make sure that I'm building the stone generators in the right place. Oops, I rejoined the same server. So I'm just going to build it out of stone so that I make sure things are lined up properly. You know what I mean? It's like, even though I can get smooth stone for fine, I also have literal just chests upon chests of stuff stacked there. All right, I need to do... Oh, geez, I have to move so many things. If only I had listened to Arclight the first time. Arclight, you deserve better. Always listen to chat, never listen to chat. Arclight's wait, I was right. Neat. Have more confidence. Two, 4, 5. You should have been like, no, Surge. I know I was right. How dare you? I'd been like, you know what? Yeah, that's fair. Alrighty, so I need a bunch of smooth stone. Whatever, just throw everything in here for now, including these. I guess I could also spend a bunch of time just making all of the components I need. That would actually probably be pretty smart. Oh, I'm not going to need that much. That's fine. All right. I do want this as well. So it was 8, right? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That makes sense because the piston can push 11. Is that correct? Replace the water? I'm not too worried about it because we have to go back through and do the whole water stream while we're at it. And my inventory isn't really set up for water block stuff right now. Because like there's a whole water stream section and it has to flow up and flow back around and stuff like that. So knowing that we're going to have to go back there anyways, it's fine to leave. I like how I thought that 2 8x18 platforms was going to require an entire inventory full of stone. All right, and then there's a gap. That's where the piston is, which means this is like this now. Or is that also wrong? Is that supposed to be one higher? No, that's supposed to be one higher still, right? Oh, no, the piston is right there. Yeah. Right, because of course, because then it goes there. The granite is where the pistons go? You sure? It looks to me like the piston is one up and then the granite is above it. And then just let me double count that math again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Actually, I can just take a picture of this right now too, right? So the next plan is going to be to do this. Oh. Okay, so I'm going to need to make observers and note blocks and all that stuff. Maybe I'll make all that stuff after lunch. We'll just do this part first. No, that's perfect. Yeah, the piston body goes here. Well, goodbye forever. Oh, I took all those photos, but I never actually opened them. That's fine. Should all end up in the same folder, right? Math can be the spider Frenchman. Snurge, what are you even talking about? Right now, hold on a second here. Oops, I live inside here now. I am worried that... There it is. Good. Stone one up inside of there. Good stuff. This seems like a smarter way to build. I started from the on-off switch and had to disassemble and reassemble things over and over. Yeah, I have a bit of experience with building things like this before, so it made it a little bit easier. And yeah, so it's from the ground up, and it's also going to be component by component, which makes it a little bit easier to sort of solve one problem at a time. Fisher! Hi, friend! Thank you so much for 31 months. And Jurio, 24 months. That's a chronologically significant length of time. It is. That gets you a diamond bean. Thank you so much for the 2 years, friend. I really appreciate that. Okay. So I think it's time for us to craft a bunch of components here, which is also going to require us to get probably some new shulker boxes worth of stuff here. So I just hope that I have some cobble back at the base. You know what? I definitely have smooth stone. I probably don't have cobble. Let's take all of this back with us. Okay. How we doing for cobble? Perfect. Really glad I brought this back. So, first thing we need is 168 pistons. Wow. So pistons require cobble. So 168 is going to be for 2.5 stacks. Yeah. Okay. Means I need... Oh my goodness. Am I out of redstone? I might not have enough iron. Oh no. Oh, I also need wood. Of course. Wow. We're so resource poor, chat. Huh. Neat. Wait. Am I resource rich and I just don't know it? Okay. No, we good. We good. Okay, I also have tons of coal here. I'm so smart. All right, so luckily we're about to start lunch, which means we can actually do a little bit of super smelting. And we're in luck. Thank goodness. All right, well that'll help us out a little bit, because it turns out this thing was a little bit iron expensive. Actually, so was this. So let us get a head start on our iron here. How are we doing for pistons just in this box right now? 29 isn't bad, but I would like to ideally not use them all. I should also bring some of this redstone home with me. Jeez, okay. Actually, let me just bring this whole box home with me. When we inevitably go and start fixing all this stuff again, right? Yeah, all that's going to be very important for post-lunch. For now, all right, very quickly going to go wash my hands and use the washroom. Let's have a chill little lunch break. When we come back, we should have all the materials we need. All the materials we need. Keep working on this, right? Second here, throw in some tunes. All right, be right back. Hey, what up? couple minutes, so I'll wait for Joe to finish warming things up. This is coming together pretty nicely. Hey, what's up, Pills? Thank you very much for 21 months. This is neat. We haven't done like a big redstone project yet. I think this is the first like real big one we've done in this playthrough. It's been kind of neat. This feels complexity-wise fairly equivalent to the gold farm we made. But it could also be just because we're building this by jumping into like a snapshot world instead of following a tutorial that shows us, you know, the step-by-step to make. But I like it. I'm feeling confident. I can't wait to see it. And it's nice to do something a little bit different than, you know, the same mob farms we've made time and time again. Yeah, like I made a mob farm last week on 9 o'clock, so switching it up is kind of cool. Is it just me or is it hypnotic? Watching the hopper minecarts move back and forth. Wait, are we already done with all the iron? I'm noticing nothing is unloading there. You're just like actually already done, aren't you? Huh. Well then. That wasn't nearly as much iron as I was hoping it was it? Uh-oh. Speed is key? What do you mean, T-Plane? Time to steal from James. James doesn't have any resources. I mean, if we're at the point where we have to steal resources from James for something like iron, then things have gone horribly wrong. Time to mine instead of craft? It might be. I mean, it turns out we have a little bit more redstone than I thought, since we have all those redstone blocks in my inventory. But we'll see. We only need like 2 stacks of iron to get stuff done. So let's take a look at the resources we're gonna need after this, right? The pistons are done. These don't need iron. These don't need iron. This is just redstone and wood. Redstone torches is fine. Sticky pistons, yeah, that's fine. I think we're fine, honestly. Rails we have, iron bars we have, redstone blocks. No, we're good. We're actually good. Yeah, now that we smelted up that, what was that, like 12 or 13 stacks of iron? Was it done fast or not stress the system too hard? Turns out we just didn't have that much. Oh, look at that dog! Chasing that skeleton. Good job. It turns out the system is just super fast. Also, by the way, lunch. Tie. My count was way off for sticky pistons. It should be 65. Sorry, what? So we need 168 pistons, and in addition to that, we need 65 sticky pistons? Okay. That's fine. Oh, but that's included in the piston count. So turn 65 of the 168 pistons. Okay. So this is actually like 130-ish. This is, I don't know, 68. It's probably an even number. Whatever. Ballpark. Wait, 103 normal pistons? Sure. 103 is kind of a weird number, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Whatever, let's just make 2 stacks of regular and a stack of sticky, and then we can figure it out after. And the nice thing about redstone is since you always use it, if we have a little bit of extra afterwards, it's all good. So how you doing, chat? No, don't even worry about it, Lavender. You're fine. I mean, I went from literally having no list to a ballpark idea, right? Delicious. when I wasn't feeling too well yesterday, we just got a big order of Thai food in. One of those things where I'm happy to eat leftovers for, 3 to 4 meals. Not have to cook or worry about it. What's up, Guitar Cat? Coffee and pastry for breakfast? Is that the American way? It might be. I've been on team granola and yogurt for breakfast for like, oh god, 5 or 6 years now? Maybe a little bit longer? Yesterday was the food's revenge from the Loading Ready live bit? Oh man. Alright, let me put chat on the screen. Hello, chat. Make it easier for me to see you while we're having lunch. Milk and cereal. I used to be a no breakfast type of person, and then I found out it was doing real bad things to my belly. It's really funny. I'm like, doctor, I'm sick. I always have heartburn. Things suck. My doctor's like, have you tried eating breakfast every morning? I'm like, no, I feel bad. And they're like, eat breakfast every morning. It's actually super important. I started feeling better. You're a no lunch person? I can't skip meals. I get so hangry. I get so food cranky. Yeah, I don't eat breakfast because my stomach hurts. What if your stomach hurts because you don't eat breakfast? That doesn't even make sense. You skip lunch because you get lazy? See, that's the thing. My brain won't allow that to happen. We'll be having breakfast. I'll be like, hey, Joe, what we should have for lunch for today? And she's like, are you kidding me? Okay, we're literally having breakfast. I think the other thing is eating food is like my happy place. So not only like emotionally and energy wise do I feel if I don't have lunch, but I just love to eat. You had the exact same problem? Yeah. What's it? Mind blowing. So a friend of mine just switched up his medication. And one of the issues it has, or one of the side effects it has, is appetite suppression. So he has to set alarms for himself or he'll completely forget to eat because his body just doesn't tell him. I used to love to eat until my stomach betrayed me and I had to get a gastric stimulator implanted. Oof, that's tough. I'll be honest, probably my biggest vice is eating out or ordering in. Like, I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't do anything. So all of our splurge budget goes into coffee and food. God, I don't even know the last time I bought myself clothing. There's a reason it's like all Desert Bus t-shirts, right? Okay. Lunch done. Lunch delicious and done. Let's leave the tunes on actually, and let's head back to our base and construct a bunch of stuff for ourselves. So we were at pistons, right? Of course. Can't eat breakfast because it makes my blood sugar crash by lunch. Oh, geez. There's an interesting thing talking to some of like my fitness and nutrition friends, which is for a lot of us, the order in which we eat meals is actually opposite of how, like socially, especially in North America, the expectation is, you know, maybe have breakfast, kind of have a big lunch, and then you have this like giant social communal dinner. But it's like eating that much food when you're doing nothing in the day is the opposite of what you're supposed to be doing for your body. I didn't grab any of my iron. All right, let's head back. Whereas you're supposed to load more with your carbs or your calories at the start of the day. Right? If you picture like where you're loading all your meals, it's typically your biggest meal of the day is probably dinner and then lunch and then breakfast. I don't know. I find that kind of funny. All right. Grab all this stuff and head back and try this again. That's why you don't eat lunch? You like a solid breakfast? Huh. Those eggs, yo. All right, fair enough, fair enough. Okay, now where was I? Right. Pistons. I definitely don't need this much stuff on me, though. Let's make... I don't know, 3 more stacks? That's way too much. 2 more stack? Sure. All right, piston. So what's that? That's 188. And we needed about 170. One more stack. One more stack. One more stack means I need 4 of these. So I need like 3 more planks, which is kind of an odd number, but here we are. All right. There. No chance of us running short. I believe this is too many pistons. What? All right, I need 81 observers. Observers require smooth stone? Is that correct? Cobble. Right. Cobble, redstone, redstone. Okay. So I need 12 stacks. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. 12 stacks. Is one of these the empty one? No. Stacks. And then I need quartz. 2 stacks. And I need redstone. Wait, I need 4 stacks of this. And I need 2 stacks of redstone dust. Observers. 1, 2. All right. And again, it's fine to have extras. This isn't like Lego or IKEA furniture, whereas if we have any extras, things got bad. How do you make a target block? Great question. Target block is wheat and redstone. Wheat. Wherever shall we find giant fields of wheat? Wherever, chat. Hey, what's up, Manalik? How you doing, friend? Thank you so much for 35 months. You having a cozy day? Oh no. Hey, what's up, Vez? 27 months. Dang, how y'all doing, everybody? Working for an American company means no Canadian holiday cozy day. Oh no! Right. For those of you who don't know, it's a holiday in Canada. What? Actually, I don't even know what the holiday is. Is it just like... Is this like Family Day or BC Day or something weird like that? Just a random civic holiday? Sure. It's the... Yeah. I do like the Canada approach of every month we'll have one holiday. Why does... Where'd all my moss go? What happened to this one? So the holiday today is a civic holiday, which is when the province has decided all of these cities have their own founding days, and that's hard to keep straight, so we require them to have it all on the same day. Oh. So that's what civic holiday means. I mean, I guess the word civic should have been a giveaway. A clue! Very late to the party. How you enjoying the latest version of Minecraft? It's fun. It's not as game-changing as 1.18 is going to be, but I've had a good time. We caught axolotls. We found a screaming goat. Copper is cool. Deep slate looks great. Yeah, like this isn't the game-changing version. This is just like, here's some new fun stuff to play with. I guess actually moss has been pretty game-changing. Yeah. It was Joe in the other room. Moss was a very big deal. All right, now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Target block's 28. All right, it's got a little bit more wheat just in case. Right, deep slate. I said blackstone, I meant deep slate. I mean, I guess the mobs could have spawned on that. Literally the one spawnable block in the middle of this entire field. I wonder what happened to that moss carpet. Maybe I just never placed it. What's up, Betazed? How you doing, friend? Good to see you. Alright, was that everything? All right. Next thing we need to do is feed the fishes. Oh, I'm stuck. Here, fish love wheat seeds specifically. Oh, it's in my inventory. Aha! Aha! Oh no. Yeah, Aaron, you were right. I had it on me all along. Yeet. All right. Craft this all into hay bales. And I need how much? 28 target block. Target. Okay, I need way more redstone. Oh my goodness. So we might be out of redstone after all is said and done here. Okay, so there's 28 of those. Oh, maybe that wasn't that bad. Okay, never mind. I panicked maybe a little early. 28. Done. I need a stack of redstone torches. Wait, I probably already have... Ah, let's make another stack. Actually, hold up. I know I'm going to need to make a bunch of other components, so let's just grab all these sticks for now, right? Because then when I make a stack of torches, I'm also going to need to make a stack of, you know, X and Y and Z and banana. It's a lot of redstone. Yeah. Okay, so I need repeaters. Repeaters are smooth stone. Grab some of that. Hello, my love. I'm shy torches. I understand. Oh my goodness. How much is it for a comparator? A comparator is 3 torches. Okay, so I need to make 3 more stacks of torches. 1, 2, 3. Okay. So now I've got a comparative repeater, pardon me, a stack of comparators, a stack of repeaters, a stack of torches. Great. Done. Done. Well, not done. 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 Slime block, whatever. How much actual dust do we need? Whatever. I'll bring... Sure, that's plenty of dust. Okay, and I have... Wait, actually, hold on. Wrong box. No, dust is fine. I've got so much dust on me. I'm not too worried about it, but thank you. Okay, that's fine. Note blocks. 64 note blocks. Note block is wood surrounded by dust or the other way around? Oh, that's so wood expensive. 64 of these, eh? All right. Hey, remember all that spruce we're really happy we chopped down? Remember how I talked about how you can never have enough wood? This is why. What? I'm 1 short? No, that's impossible. All right, there we go. 64. Is that enough note block? Yes, okay. Got observers, I've got pistons, I've got note blocks, I've got torches, I've got comparators, I got repeaters. Ice is fine. Powered rail is, I already have in another box. Did I hear off by one? No. That was just a trick of the light. Yeah. Trick of the light. What do you think? Do we have enough information to head back? I think so. Let's check dispensers and droppers. We've already used most of those, but just in case. Dispensers, droppers, some spare observers. Okay, we got slime there. Let's head back. 170 dust, thank you. Yeah, we got plenty. Because I've got redstone blocks in there. Ow. Ow. Well, that's a first. All right, so above our 8th block, oh, I need trapdoors. That's easy enough. Are those just spruce trapdoors? Yeah, they are. Okay, so do a row of 8 trapdoors, and then a whole row of shroom lights on top. And then a whole row of shroom lights beneath. Cool. All right. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it with the trapdoors. 40... 61, perfect. Now where'd I put those shroom lights? They are here. So this is the 8th block. This is why we counted it before. So we want shroom lights under. Oh, that's a different block that they're using. Oh, right, that would be... Wait, why is that not the, I'm curious why that isn't white concrete. Why that's specifically brick. Brick doesn't have any redstone quantities to it like obsidian. Like, that's obsidian because it's a non-movable block, so if things back up, it doesn't mess things around. Those are waterlogged stairs. Oh! Hey, what up, Nuha? How you doing, friend? Yeah, of course that's waterlogged stairs. That makes sense. Otherwise, how do you make it into a different block there? Yeah. Let's do one set at a time, rather than do both. And so based on the photo, it's here. Maybe I should just do both at the same time while I have the blocks in my inventory. I think that just makes way more sense. Goodbye forever. I mean, it's symmetrical-ish. So this part's easy enough. What if I try a faster way this time? What if I did this? Okay, I think that was the galaxy brain play right there. Okay, very good. I already have that open. So then, if I'm thinking about... I'm thinking about blocks. These are sticky pistons because they pull it out. That's a regular piston, that's a regular piston. So I need 18 times 4 sticky piston right now. Quick, somebody with math. What is 18 times 4? Help me, you're my only hope. 72. Did y'all do that in your head? That's amazing, if true. All right, then I want all of the other pistons as well. Okay. Pardon me. Oh, that's a chili that's stuck in my teeth. Gross. Let's grab some more smooth stone here. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, but Surge, you're literally placing the stone in the stone generator. The answer is yes, so I can get the pistons into position properly. So I want to go behind this. Probably not break the block I'm intending to stand on. Okay, so lava runs there. Oh, I don't have obsidian on me. Oh my goodness. Am I flying back again? I'm flying back again, chat. 18 times 4 is the same as 9 times 8. That is typically how my brain solves those types of math problems. You're like, quick, what's 5 times 19? Like, oh, it's 100 minus 5? How did I just die? What? This is why I don't play hardcore, by the way, chat. I did not think I hit the ground hard enough there to justify death. God, can you imagine if we were like 10,000 years into a hardcore playthrough and that's how it ended? Not with a bang, but with a splat. Do you know I briefly considered a hardcore playthrough for 1.17? Must have been a bug, yeah. Yeah, can somebody get the devs on the line? This is unacceptable. Let's grab 2 stacks of obsidian. That's gotta be enough. I mean, I guess that's why all the hardcore players fly around with a totem of Undying in their offhand, right? Most people who do hardcore don't count bug or glitch deaths. Doesn't it, like, literally kick you out of your game if you die, though? Yeah, welcome to another exciting episode of Flying Back and Forth with me, your host, Surge. Okay, so I place that block, then I want 1, and then above the 1, I want the obsidian. So I do... This is lava. Okay, so this is obsidian. Depending, it puts you into spectator. Wait, can you just put yourself back into survival? Hold on, timeout. Have I been lied to this whole time? I thought there was no way to save your game after. Really? You can just put yourself back into survival afterwards. Huh. Well, actually, hold on a second. I'm just going to do this. Okay, so this is all piston. Be awful nice if you face the correct direction. Awful nice if you face the correct direction. It'd be awful nice if you face the correct direction. First try. Platform didn't spawn in the end, just got yeeted into the void. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, okay. Now, maybe that was a mistake because maybe I shouldn't have put that one in because I need to have... Which way does that observer face out of curiosity? Let's find out. Oh, am I the dumbest dumb that ever dumbed? No, of course I'm not. So that's a sticky piston. I need a sticky piston to be... I need a scaffolding block. No, this is fine. This is fine. I don't need a scaffolding block. I'll just use this. Let's grab some more granite, because granite's our redstone block. I'm not being that methodical about it right now, which is probably going to come back to bite me in the butt, but this is, I think this is fine, and it's going to work out. So we have the downward facing piston. Okay, so, and all the torches, but whatever, we'll do the redstone after. I should have been using netherrack for this, but whatever. This is what I have on me. I'm tired of flying back and forth again. Observer. Observer. Torch. This. Torches actually are very important for me right now. Okay, I lied. I'm just going to place it all now. The flybug is also super common in hardcore. Really? I haven't gotten hit by the flybug in a very long time. Is it a piston or a sticky piston? So the way this farm is set up, you just have to understand what it's trying to do. So this block right here is a regular piston, or pardon me, is where the lava and the water meet, so it's creating stone. And the other equivalent is this one right here. So the way the pistons work is this one pulls, so that's a sticky piston. So it pulls it to this position, this one pushes it down. So the idea is to push it right there, and this one pushes it across. So this one holds it in place, this one pushes it down, this one pushes it away. So sticky, regular, regular. If this was a sticky piston, it would pull it up. It wouldn't get it anywhere you wanted to go. And if this was a sticky piston, or if this was a regular piston, this would never pull it out. So while you explicitly can't see all of the faces, if you understand where it's trying to move the blocks, you can kind of assume or fill in the blanks in your brain. I hope that made sense to everybody. Okay, so there's a gap, and then I have all of these observers, and the observers want to be facing in. Is that correct? Yes. Oh no. What if I was down a level? Did I make it better or worse? Appears to be making it worse. It worked so well the first time. Jeez, I'm like 50-50 here. Maybe it's at the top of that hitbox? Yeah, okay. So this is ridiculous. You see this tiny little hitbox I have right there? I have to aim in a very specific part of that. Nope, that wasn't even right. Maybe it's the bottom? Nope. Where is it? There's a magical spot, middle of that hitbox, that gets this observer to face the way I wanted to face. That's not there. That didn't make sense, but I trust you to be smarter than me. Oh, that's a big assumption there, Vez. Let's not say anything we can't take back. Ah. Okay, so now that that's in position, what I can do is I can add these target blocks underneath. Okay. Go, Target. So once again, I'm clicking at the hitbox on the bottom of the torch. Thank you for coffee, my love. And then into the Target block, we have the sticky pistons. So those are extended, and it's grabbing that. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop. So we have this right now, which is very good. And then under the sticky pistons, we have regular pistons, and then behind the regular pistons, we have no block. Okay, wait, hold on. What if I just... No, I need to build that backwards. Okay, regular piston. Right? Yes. Wait, I could literally just be placing the note block first. If I had it in my inventory, no! Gonna be honest, the target block looks more like it's made of sand than if it's made of hay, right? Is this one of those things, make farms so we can make another farm later farms? Yes. Well, mostly we're making this farm so we can get building blocks. This farm is going to make bone meal and or bone block. Well, it makes bone meal, which we can craft into bone block. And then we're going to be using those to build within our base. Sometimes you just got to get right into your redstone builds, right? Is the idea that the note blocks cause notes to hit the targets? I don't think it actually fires a projectile. Note blocks just work in redstone. I don't quite know why. And they also work in redstone even if they don't make a sound, because you can mute them by putting a block on top of it. Yeah, if I'm perfectly honest, I don't know how target blocks work in redstone. Like, at all. There's a redstone line on top of that, so let's do that real quick. Again, no idea what it's doing. But look, if the tutorial says you put redstone up there, you put the redstone up there, right? I don't get paid to think, chat. Okay, now, under the last piston, we do another line of shroom lights. Hey, remember when I said I was going to do both sides at the same time? Yeah, that didn't happen. All right, so under the pistons, a line of shroom lights. In line with that is another line of cobble. Target blocks are unique in that they are a solid block, so redstone will transmit through it, but also it draws dust placed next to it into it. Huh. All right, so one confusing thing about using cobble here as scaffolding is I also have to have smooth stone in the build, and I probably shouldn't be using that, period. What's up, Turbo Emily? We're making a bone meal farm. Yeah, we're pretty deep into the build right now. That's okay. But come on along for the ride. Hopefully have a good time. Ask any questions if you get confused. There's moss. All right. 1.17 update, my friends. 1.17. All right. Now, there's this line of shroom blocks. That's supposed to be a sticky piston again. So let's actually go from the outside in this time. So I know that this can all go. Before we build the other side, I'm going to switch to, wait, no, that's actually good. Netherrack for our scaffolding. Use polished pardon. I used polished diorite in my redstone circuit since I never use it anywhere else. Yeah, that's fair. Probably really clever at the same time. Speaking of really clever, you ready for this move, chat? So good at Minecraft. Hacker voice. I'm in. Bonked my head a little. No, that's perfect. That's how you wedge yourself in. Every part of that, including the exact half health of damage I took, was calculated. Right? Note blocks. Okay, and now attached to the bottom there, we want the extended sticky pistons. So is there a net positive of bone meal and or moss then? Yes, so this will produce what's really cool about this farm is it's self-sustaining. It will produce bone meal to keep itself going. Oh, heck, I can't actually see under this block. Never mind, I'm a genius. It will produce enough bone meal to make it self-sufficient. And then it'll also... Hold on one second. Produce excess bone meal. So once you turn it on, you just kind of fire and forget, and it works forever. There. Haha! Alright. Sticky piston attached to the torch? Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, my scaffolding is... I'm very silly. My scaffolding is one too high. Yeah, so it siphons bone meal out of itself to keep itself going, and then skims off any excess. And the excess is a lot. So if I just jump, will this just work? Oh, what if I just did this? And didn't use scaffolding at all? How do I, Suddenly asking myself, oh, I can waterlog the stairs from below. That's super funny. Okay, never mind. Everything is perfect. So that's there. Piston is extended. I want note block, or pardon me, I want observers facing into the note blocks. This should be much easier than above. And this is obsidian. All right, now a tricky part. I need to somehow get inside of this and place a bunch of pistons facing up. And I'm hoping... Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh! I got it. I got it. So there are some blocks that are directional and are the bane of my existence, and they are mostly just observers and pistons, but with enough practice you can come up with clever workarounds like that. Right? And then so that's facing to there. Yes? Okay, I just have to add the waterlogged stair blocks underneath there. And so for that to happen, I just need a bunch of stairs. I need 18. So if this makes sense to me, and I don't know if it does or not, where is it again? Here. So I want this to look like this. No. This. And if I am good at Minecraft, which, you know, jury's still out on that one, I believe I can waterlog stairs from below. Let's find out. Oh, right. What if I actually clicked on the right block? Aha! It works! Okay. Amazing. Yes. It helps if you click on the correct block. Wait a second, really? Hold on. Slow it down here a little. What have I done? Heck. Okay. Washed away a lot of torches. Am I sure I got them all? Oh, not at all. Not even the littlest bit, but we can test. Pretty sure it's just the last one we didn't do. Oh, never mind. We got them all. Okay. So, water is in. All we have to do now is add the lava. What a terrifying step. What's on the other side? Am I taking photos of the other side? A little bit. Okay, I need to add, it looks like 2 lava sources in there. Right, lava only flows 4 in the overworld. Is that how that works? Lava flows 4 in the overworld. And that's, we need to test that. How far does lava flow? Nope. It's not far. One, 2, 3. Yeah, that's what I meant by 4. Okay. Okay. I'm just really so smart. I have these fire resistance potions on me. You never put torches down. You're always like, why am I constantly being attacked? Yeah, I know that feel. 1, 2, 3 here. Hey. 1, 2, 3 here. What up, Sass? Hey, Waterfalling Mist, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Jason. Jason? All right, another thing I need to do later, apparently. Actually, let's do it now, because why not? Do I have any iron to spare for you? That is tough. Fortunately, I've been pretty iron poor this playthrough as well. Oh, right. Heck, I need glass. Before I start putting water in, I need some glass here, right? Okay, so I need glass there. Check my side image here real quick. All right, so it looks like it's like that. Why would you do that? Why would you? Okay, you know what? Sure. Why not? Oh, I fell. Nobody. Isn't my villager trading area an iron farm waiting to happen? I fixed that. I fixed that. Okay, it is supposed to be 3. So technically I needed to add a 3rd row there, and I already added the 3rd one here because I'm very good at video games. Right, chat? Oh, I'm not going to have enough glass on me. I'm so good at video game. Oh, never mind. I was perfect. Okay. So the reason we did that is so I could do this. Okay, so we have lava, we have water. This should be a tremendous success, right? I think everything is good. I think this is good. Epic and incredible. That's the hope. I mean, if there were 2 words I would use to describe myself, they would be epic and incredible. Hey, what's up, Ilian? Chiptune on Pretzel Rocks. I should know this song. This is Big Giant Circles, my friend. Biggest of giant circles. All right, let's put these away for now. How are you, by the way? Hope you've been doing well. I mean, obviously pretty loaded question in 2021, but everyone doing the best they can. I need another stack of green glass. Oops, what have I done? Good and busy. Busy is important. Okay, so I need to crawl back inside the machine. Terrifying. What an odd little shape. So at the end, oh, nope. Hack butts. Hack and butts. That wasn't right. Only flushed away 1 torch. How? How? Oh, it go up. Wait, does it go up? What a bobby. Like that? And then there's only 1 thick there. I'm so confused. Like, I don't think this matters. Yet here I am trying to replicate it, right? Like, why is your glass shaped like that? All right, so a very important question for you, chat. Oh, why'd I go the long way? Do you think I'm fast enough to escape the lava, or should we take a fire-resistant potion? It'd be very embarrassing to get cooked to death within our own redstone contraption, right? Potion, it's fine, you can do it. Well, why don't we have the emergency potion on us just in case? Why take the risk? Content. Because it's my job. Let's try it. Let's try it. I think we can pull this off. And I'll have the potion on hand just in case. What's the drawback of being safe while we're down a potion? All right, so it's here. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this is so easy. We didn't need a potion. 1, 2, 3. This goes here. 1, 2, 3, and I'm out. Easy game. All right, the water's in place. The water's in place. The lava's in place. The lava's in place. I watch the stream to reduce my stress and anxiety, but you're not the one who's on fire. See, much like watching the great clowns, if I catch fire, you just clap. You clap and you applaud. You are taking no risks here. This is theater. Yeah, in the Nether, lava behaves like water. So it spreads to 8 blocks and it moves as fast as water moves, which is why lava is so dangerous there. How does lava act in the end? Oh, that's a good question. I think lava acts like lava in the end. Are you also on fire longer? Cool. Embarrassing, yes. Funny, also yes. Yeah, exactly. Vez understands me. I think... Let's pull down this monstrosity. I think this side is almost done. So all we have to do is add... this. We just have to add this to the end. Right? I don't need that photo. Don't need that photo. I don't need that photo. I need this photo? Okay, great. It's nighttime. Getting late here. What's the manual action that's being replicated here? Great. Actually, we've had enough people who've been asking the question. So let's go back a step and I'll show you what we're making. So this is a bone meal farm created by Ilmango. So what it does, and let's find the on button, which is over here. This is super cool. So what this does is it uses, like a flower farm, it uses dispensers to bone meal moss. Moss turns the stone into moss. The moss gets carried into composters. Turn the game sound off there. The composters make more bone meal. The bone meal then goes back up into here. It siphons off however much bone meal it needs to stay infinite. And then any excess comes back and is collected over here. So the first thing that it does is, one, we have infinite smooth stone generators. So our lava and water meet create smooth stone. Sticky piston pulls it out, piston pushes it down, piston pushes it across. So we have a constant replicating source of infinite smooth stone. Then we have a piece of moss that's being held in isolation here. When you put bone meal into moss, it spreads the moss and turns any stone it touches into more moss. When moss is pushed by a piston, it breaks and gets pushed down this way. So this whole chain, it's like a conveyor belt. So if we just watch, for example, let's just watch the side here, right? So you can see the stone is getting pushed in and it's all slowly getting pushed over. And by the end of the time it gets here, it can't move any further. It's just waiting to get converted. When moss would get pushed, it pops out, is what happens there. And then part of the redstone clock we have here as well is these trapdoors, which are usually being used, pardon me, to make stone. The water flushes it all down that way. Been loving this ideal second monitor work stream. Thank you so much, Bouncy Boy. I appreciate that. It's weird. That's my aesthetic, apparently. Is like, your good background noise, Jaeger. Which, mind you, I think is a lot of Twitch. Yeah, so this thing is very elegant. And the actual section that we've been working on so far, so to give you a project update where we're at, we've made the bone meal station. So this is what we made first. And then our water stream ends here. And then we've been working on this whole section. So just the smooth stone making area. Next thing we're going to make, oh, I almost got this backwards. Great. I was going to put this on that side. I'm glad I caught this. We're going to make this little redstone circuit right now. So this is what basically controls the timing for all of these pistons. So the ideal behavior is we want the sticky piston to pull out first. So now this block is here. This pushes it down to there, and then this pushes it across. Minecraft builds are super good for that. Yeah. So yeah, good thing I checked in. I was absolutely going to build this on the wrong side. That would have been really unfortunate. Yeah, we want all of our clock stuff facing this direction. So the really cool thing about this design is it's modular. So I could technically, wait a second. Whatever. Yeah, I could technically extend it. So here's an example of, I don't know, say you needed 18 bajillion bone meal. You could do it. But I think we're going to be pretty happy with just one module. Oh, pardon me. Oh, I'm so glad we checked the photos because we were absolutely going to make this backwards. Have a good one, Avi. All right, so let's go get ourselves some bone meal now. Let's go get ourselves like a proper scaffolding block. Turn my game sounds back on. Because I'm tired of using smooth stone. What's my opinion of a realistic texture pack? I think at the end of the day, no, this is a game. And whatever makes you happy is probably the best for that. Sometimes it's weird and it's off-putting, especially if you're used to seeing the game a certain way. But the nice thing about a texture pack is you get to customize it to however you want it to look. You know, people like playing the game with ray tracing. I have a good friend, one of our moderators, who finds... What's the best way to describe this? A lot of the visual textures in the game are very, very busy. And he finds that like cognitively difficult to process. So he uses a texture pack that actually simplifies a lot of things. Makes it a lot easier to play and see the game. And that's a matter of accessibility. And you're like, yo, power to you, friend. By all means, you know, play the game the way you want to play it. You'll find this is a pretty judgment-free place. But yeah, everything looking... I don't don't know. I do like the lighting. I love when people do base tours with, you know, the super fancy lighting. You're like, okay, well, that's just cool as heck. Okay, I don't need these stairs for a little bit. Let's put these in our shame box, which is this one. So, let's check out our photo here. Oh, I also took photos of the other side of the base, which is why I got flipped. So from the top, we want to go out one further. One further into an observer facing down. That's going to be hard to do. Yeah. So instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to put the note block in position with it. Ah, I fell. Note block into position with a block of glass on top of it. No, I was doing so well. Is this Spore music? This is Big Giant Circles. I don't know if Big Giant Circles had anything to do with Spore. The genre is closer to describe as chiptunes. Or is that the correct facing? Yes. That's down. And then I need a block in the middle. Sorry, I need a block in the middle. And I need an observer facing up. Oh, observer chains. The track sounded like it was from the creature creator in Spore. Heck yeah. You know, I haven't thought of Spore in ages. Hey, what's up, Pharmacist Judge? Thank you so much for 41 months. Oh, should we show chat, Joe? Okay, so maybe chat will know. Okay, all right. I desperately need your help, chat. So this is a beach bag. This is a beach bag, but we haven't been to the beach in several years, and we're doing a clean. Now, Joe, show the camera, please. Get closer. Get closer. No. Get closer. Get closer. Get closer.
What is this?
Our fear, could those be bug eggs?
They feel firm.
Is it possible that that is a nest in our bag? Oh, that could be mold. Yeah, several people in chat are saying that's just mold, sweetie. That looks like mold. That's mold mildew. Like 30 people in chat are all saying that's mold. Which is equally gross. TQ says I would straight up throw that away or bleach it. Gross. It's pebbly. TQ says immediately throw it away, that's toxic. Yeah, that's just been sitting in our closet for a while. We're doing a big purge. We're doing a great big purge so that we could so we can like take stuff to charity, but I don't think donating a moldy bag to charity is a good way to do it. We might have put that away wet. Yeah, so you think that's little mold things, eh? No, we won't burn it. We'll just toss it. Okay. Gross. All right, that's exciting. Joe says, no, it's not. Well, obviously it's not exciting. It's awful. Great. Well, now I had mold next to my face. Now I don't know how I feel. Not great. The answer is not great. Thank you, chat. Offset the mold with more coffee. Does that work, Koo? Yo, if that works, then I am mold proof. Joe's like, now Joe feels dirty. Thanks, chat. All right, I need to do some reversey things. Oh, is that a metal trapdoor? It is. Give me a second. I need to make one of those. Oh. I'm gonna need 2 of these. TQ says there's a chance it's just old sand, but it could be mold. Right. Some people are saying it's generally not that textury. It's normally fuzzier. And Joe says it wasn't fuzzy at all. Yeah, better to be safe and good riddance. That's fair. Yo, Town's Villain, just check out Big Giant Circles. This whole album is on YouTube. It's awesome. Make sure you do a hand wash, sweetie, just in case. Joe says, don't worry. Okay, anyways, I need to focus up for a second. Up observer. So out of the observer, I want a thingy that goes this way. If it's mold, you could smell it. Ha, joke's on you with my allergies. I can't smell anything. Here's a question with this trapdoor. Oh, this trapdoor absolutely needs to swing, so I need it to be here. And then up, up. Oh, all right. Here's another piece, another data point from the bag, the mysterious bag chat. Joe says one reason she was worried it wasn't sand was when turning the bag inside out, nothing fell out. Like it got turned out and it didn't spray everywhere. Yeah, as TQ's saying, we're doing a big spring cleaning. We're doing a big picking TQ up tomorrow. We're heading down to one of the local charity places and dropping off clothing and stuff like that. So Joe's doing a big closet purge right now. We're definitely not donating that, though. All right, so that faces out of the block. Okay, so give me a second here. All right, chat, I need code review. I need some code review here. So we're just reviewing the top section of the circuit. So let me do this. So glass, you can't see the direction of the observers, but they're all right. So we have glass, note block, and we have the repeater into the note block, solid block behind it. It's looking good so far. We have the iron trapdoor there. I used to have a phenomenal sense of smell. That was a big part of my... Hold on. The repeater looks like it has a delay. Oh, nice catch. Yo, can we give a brownie point to Durdrango? Absolutely. 1 tick. Shouldn't I see the arrows? The problem with my arrows is they're facing this way. Oh! This farm is built with an entirely different north-south orientation than the way that we're making it. And God, I hope that doesn't matter. Oh, can you imagine? Oh. Wow, Snurge. Jeez, rude. Thank you, Joe. Snurge has chosen violence. All right, there's the 1 tick of repeater delay. All right, now Snurge is dead. After choosing violence, they've gone straight for death. Okay, so anyways, now we down here. We put a note block there, and then we... Oh! 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 It's magic. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, right. But nothing's going to push while that's still there. So I imagine what I need to do now is connect this up as well. Amazing. Okay. And then we have a repeater that's going into this one. I don't know how far this goes, though. Whatever. Let's just go like this way a little bit. That's good enough. And we'll put a repeater into it and put some redstone dust into it, and then we won't worry about it. No, I fell. Let's try this again. With the 1 tick of delay. The wombo combo of living... the wombo combo of mold and sand. Life living at the beach. The sand may embedded in the bag, being sealed by the mold. Gross! Alright. Alright, one last look at this really quickly. But I'm feeling pretty confident in this side. Yeah, the glass isn't even up there for spawn proofing. That glass is just there to mute the note block, which is very funny. So glass, note block, repeater, server block. I don't need anything on top of that observer, which is good. You can see that that observer is facing the right way because there's the little butt. So butt, it goes up. Lights up that, the repeater then hits that note block, which sends it out that way. So what happens, we have a redstone signal that comes in here, hits the note block, the observer sees the note block, sends it this way, flips the little trap door, which sends it up, then into here. Oh, I need another thing there. Aha. Aha! And I don't know if that's a repeater in or out. What is going on there? But we did notice something, so... supposed to be a block there. I have to go into the single player world to see what that is. That is in? In? Out. Out. Okay, and they both look this way. I see. I see. Signal out of block. Yes. The 1 ticket delay. All right. So what should happen now is if I hit this note block, a bunch of things should happen. Oh no. Okay, well it worked-ish. It worked, and now I've made work for myself. But so I hadn't actually put down the pistons here yet, but you can see this all worked, and now I have to get a bunch of cobble out of my system. Yeah. Oh no, it worked. We did a test, and it worked perfectly. And now I have more work to do. Ugh. See, I don't know if that was a placebo sneeze or not. Was that a mold sneeze? Or was that my brain thought I was exposed to mold and it's going to sneeze anyways sneeze? Dabbing on the sneeze? Thank you. It wasn't even a dab. That was me reaching across in a panic to hit my mute button. But oh, that's bad. Where did... What? But oh no, that's not. That's fine. I thought that was my stone generator, but that's my infinite water source that I left up top. That mold has already entered me and has laid eggs. Well, great. Where would you go? You would be here. Oh, a piston. Wow. And these hoppers are just the gift that keeps on giving, eh? Is it bad that I was way more relieved that that was, you know, mold and not, you know, a horrifying bug nest or something like that? Is it just me? Ooh! Is that how I get superpowers? Amazing. I'd take superpowers in this economy? Absolutely. What's up, camcorder? Welcome. You can be mold man. Monoceratosis, thank you so much for that prime. Ooh, the quarter year. Thank you so much for 25 months. Oh yeah, there's a good joke. People already said I was a pretty fun guy. You prefer mold to bugs? I'm kind of on team mold to bugs, yeah. All right, so I think what I do now is literally all of this again. 2 out of 10, how dare you? Wow. Hurtful. Maybe I try building it from the bottom up this time. No, that seems like it's a lot of work. Top down again? What's your glorious news, camcorder? Alright, let me grab a bunch of smooth stone, which I put away because I'm very silly. Okay, so I'm here. I have to reverse it all again. Is it solid stone? It is. Right. Oh, but I did this last time. Okay, let's just do 1 row. If I was smart, I would remember some of the lessons I learned from this. Okay. Do gap, gap, note block. Gap, gap. This is a row of note block. Gap, gap, note block. I have paid a coder and a model maker to make a lobster mod. What? 1.16.5. Cool. What's your lobster mod? Lobster mod? Regular piston here. That's correct, right? Yes. Hey, Kirby! What's up, friend? Thank you for 19. It's like bees, but lobsters? Okay, well, that's kind of sweet. I kind of love that. All right, and then we put the target block on top of that. I mean, making your own mod just seems kind of cool as heck. Or commissioning your own mod, rather. But still, that's super fun. Yeah, look at this. So the arrow blocks... So just to show you the difference here, this is regular redstone, right? It just makes a line all the way. The arrow blocks are like, nope, you will put redstone into it. So it basically like takes it in. That's cool. That's really cool. 3 to 4 weeks is turnaround. That's great. All right, now we do another layer of granite on top of this. See, look how much faster we are the second time, eh? On top of the arrow block, we just do a line of torch. This is what experience and practice is worth. All right, and then, oh, right, which direction are those observers pointing? Those observers are all pointing this way. Ah, do you remember? Do you remember these friends? Look how much easier it is now, though. Wait, oh, I'm standing in the wrong spot. See? Is that right? Yes. So that's there like that. And then we're going to have directly above that the obsidian. Great. So then this is regular piston facing down, and we have sticky piston in the note block. Yes, 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 yes! Sorry. I love it when a good plan comes together. Is that right? Yes, it is. That's right. Good. No. There's like 1 pixel right on the corner here. And I can only see it on this block. Everything else is too dark. Like, you can't see the angle there. Unless I click on literally this pixel. I snort laughed. Pardon me. And you think speedrunners have to be pixel perfect. Welcome to the Dark Souls of survival games, Minecraft. Alright, so that's good. Wait. Oh, heck. At some point, I accidentally switched from pistons to observers. There we go. We good. You enjoy you had to specify when you love a good plan? Oh, you can perfectly achieve failure. I do it all the time. You want to see models? You have pictures? Are you in the Discord camcorder? Because that might be really cool to share in the Minecraft channel. Reprise a pixel perfect play. Right? Right? Wait, what do you mean off by 1? How dare you? This is perfect, Kirby. Is it off by 1? Now I'm nervous. No, I nailed it. Dare you. Okay, so now I need the sticky pistons. You didn't know we had a Discord? We have a super fantastic Discord. I do say so myself. All right, so that's here. So that's water. That means this wants to be stone. All right, so... So that layer is done. Aw, Skunky! Yeah, the Discord is for subs or patrons, and Skunky just hooked you up with a sub. So if you want to join, you can link them together. And just follow the instructions in the Nightbot command that Kitsune just linked. All right, let's keep working. Now we want to get to the underside, and this should be significantly easier now that we have proper scaffolding here. So let's just do this. Let's just make this as easy as for ourselves as possible. You lurk a bunch? That's okay too. Honestly, everybody has a Discord these days, and everybody only has so much time. So don't ever feel bad. Don't feel bad that your expectations are to be more active or anything. Ah, you do you. Beautiful thing is, you know, not going anywhere. You end up finding a situation where your time changes, works out better or worse. It'll be there. You're not a lurker, you're a rare spawn, said someone who talks in chat once every 6 months. Oh, I like that too. But also, like, shout out to lurkers. Lurkers are the lifeblood of Twitch, right? Like, super important. God, I'm so good at video games. This is a subtle difference, but the ability to crouch, the ability to like wedge yourself into one high blocks is such an important thing, especially for redstone building. I can't even like, it's so good. It's so good. What is this? 4 types of projects. Which kind are you leading? Oh, man, I legitimately, when I was working as a professional project manager, used to love reading these articles. One of my favorite in this sort of article design was why I stopped using the word roadmap and started talking about statement of intent. It was like, let's be clear with the language that we're using right here. Roadmap implies that it's locked in. Whereas oftentimes we know roughly what we want to make next, but not necessarily what's going to come after it. But you're mega derailing me. 4 types of project. A person who is going nowhere can be sure of reaching his destination. Wow. Okay. Oh, so the 4 types of projects. You know what you want to build, but you don't know how. It's a quest. You know what and you know how. Painting by numbers. All right. You don't know what you want and you don't know how. You're living in the fog. Or you don't know what, but you know how. You're making a movie. Amazing. If I lurk too long, I just fall asleep. So I chat every once in a while. Fair enough, we can box it. Roadmap implies this is something we might actually do. Right, and it could change. Making a movie is your perfect failure? So not necessarily. I wouldn't necessarily say that making a movie is your example of perfect failure. Making a movie is, you know what you're making and you know how you make it, but there's a third column, which is, does anybody actually want it? You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, you can create something perfectly on budget. Everyone's on the same board. Everything is signed off on, but it ends up at the end of the day that the thing you've made is actually the wrong thing. Right? And that doesn't mean that you didn't know what you're making or you didn't know how to make it. You just built the wrong thing the right way. Yeah. Reading a book about work sounds rough. Sometimes it's nice to be working, but engage in a different part of your brain than you're always working at. And professional development, which is something like this is, I mean, honestly, if you're working somewhere where learning isn't part of the job, you should probably change jobs. Because growth is an important part of anything you're working. You want to be able to advance in your career. You want to be able to advance in your position or advance to the tier above your position. And if they're not making space for you to learn, you should probably I don't know, have a long, hard talk either with your job or with yourself about your job. CEO of an old company massively changed policy every time he read a book. Okay, well, that sounds exhausting. Anyways, I need sticky pistons. Definitely take time during work hours to learn new things. Absolutely. But you're like, oh man, my brain is super full, right? That's never fun. But being able to take a break from something and then feel like you're working towards something like your future. Definitely a good type of break. All right, now I'm definitely missing a block here. Oh, wait. Am I missing shroom lights? I am. Between those two pistons, there's supposed to be a layer of shroom light. All right. Oops, I fell. Let's go ahead and engage the Elytra again. There we go. Not above the torches. Perfect. Snurge is making those career mistakes all the time. That's right, Snurge. But the important thing is that you've admitted it. Now you can start working towards change. Ah! I fell. Okay, so out of those note blocks, we once again have observers. So note block, and then we have observer. Observer is here. Please stop fall. And now under there, we should have another row of obsidian. Now, the important part of the obsidian here is that it's an immovable object. So a piston can push a block, I think it's 11. And if you notice, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blocks in between. So this obsidian is here so that this piston doesn't accidentally push and like break things in the opposite direction. So it's a super stable foundation for the whole thing to sit on. Bad supervisors ask why I'm not applying for high positions and I just don't feel ready or qualified to handle it. Enjoy the work I do, but I'm hindered by my comfortability. That's super tough too. And that's probably a big check-in too. Like, what's going on in the zoo? Geez. Oh no. Oh no. Oh yes. Oh, everything is fine. Oh, I'm a genius. Okay, everything's fine. Everything's fine. Ha ha ha. Oh, some of you were panicking, but luckily I knew that everything was perfect this whole time and there was no reason whatsoever to panic. That's why I'm the professional. Okay, and so along here, you're definitely panicking, I know, but that's okay. I'm here to comfort you in your times of panic. And as a redstone expert, I never make mistakes, but I do like to leave some in occasionally to make you all feel included, so you can spot them and help out. All right, time for more stair. Hey, what's up, Triple? Thank you very much for 20 months. I've been subbing half of 2022. Neat. That is neat. All right, now we need to do the upside down flooded staircase. So that goes like this, and then like this. Ignore that one. And once again, we do the magical flooded stair trick to crap. The magical flooded stair trick. Pardon me. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't know anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this should be done now. Okay, perfect. Let's do a real quick check here. All right, completely 100% flooded. Let's head upstairs and do the same thing behind the trapdoors. I have an elytra. I could have just flown, but I guess sometimes, whatever. Oh, I need glass first. Oh, I'm so silly. So how we do this again? Right. I want the whole thing glass. At the very least on the backside, I do. Goes like this, and stops there for no particular reason. Also stops there. Okay. Goodbye, all of my torches. It's okay, I didn't need you. I lied, I definitely needed you. Wait, there's no glass on this side. Surge! Good enough. Right, I was actually... That's why it didn't leak on the other side. I was like, I can't remember... Didn't remember things leaking everywhere. And then that was because I, of course, had glass in position to you know, keep it contained. Which would have been maybe a smart and good idea. Oh, great. But as its 9-year-old says, thank you for the stream. I love watching it. It's the best. You're the best. Thank you so much for being here, friend. All right, my friends, pardon me for one quick second. I have to use the washroom. Really have to pee for all the coffee. So let's take a pretty short little bio break here. Make ourselves a cozy little hut. And look upon our farm. We've gotten some really good progress done so far today. I think we can... Why don't we do a little bit longer stream today? Let's get this whole thing done. I can't have that much more work to do, right? Question mark? All right, I'll be right back. Stick around. Hello, we're back. Thank you very much for sticking around during the block. You're missing a water source? Oh yeah, we're missing a couple water sources. Like that water stream's gonna go back up. But I figured we'd do that all at once when we actually go through and connect everything up, right? So this is feeling good so far. Now, I think the only thing we have to do now... Do I have all the redstone dust? No, I do not. Can I make that? That's not helpful. It's not helping anybody. Okay, I have to add dust. I also have to go in and add the lava. All right, I have my fire resist pot just in case. Then that's the lava hole. So that goes there like that. Right, I guess it goes one further for whatever reason. Oh, right, it goes further maybe because of this. It could potentially spill out, I guess. Is looking symmetrical on both sides. All right, let's grab ourselves 4 bucket lava. Do the easy top ones first, just to remind ourselves how lava spread work. I don't know why. All right, so 1, 2, 3. If we put it here, it'll perfectly stop at the edges. Good job, little buddy. We do it this way, 1, 2, 3. Once again, you'll see it perfectly balances on both sides. Now I need to fly into that hole. Or I could just fall. That's also an option. One, 2, 3. Lava source goes here. Wait for it to finish spreading. 1, 2, 3. Lava source goes here. 3. Now you perfectly stop. Heck yeah. Okay. Want to help me out with a very quick review there, chat? How's that looking there? Obsidian, piston, observer torch on top of the red thingy. This is the opposite side of the glass? No, sorry, the opposite side is slightly different. Because on this side, we end up putting that redstone contraption in. So we have to make room for this. Oh, I guess you do still glass down, don't you? Okay, no, I stand corrected. We'll glass down. Nice. So confused by that glass shape, though. Oh, I understand. I'm missing redstone on the lower granite. So I've got redstone there. Got redstone there. And I've got redstone on the top. It's like, why isn't that like that? Other than just to continuously throw me off. I don't get why that block doesn't have glass in it. Why that shape? It's probably for keeping water and lava. And yeah, I just don't understand why that block in particular doesn't have glass. Like, it could be there. Maybe it's just a style decision to not have it there. Okay, so I think we good? Glass efficiency, I guess, yeah. I mean, I could put it there, but what if it has some like super weird technical things? Like, aha, you fool, you absolute melon. How did you not know about the glass connectivity rule? Like what? Now you go to Redstone jail forever. Goodbye. All right, so I do this, I do this, I do this. And then I do a note block with the glass on top. And then I do an observer facing down under it. Yep. And I do granite, granite. That's an observer. So it goes like this. So block, note block, observer, block, observer, note block, glass, block, note block, observer, block, observer, note block, glass. That is so far so good. Yeah, jail for 1,000 Minecraft days. Yes, exactly. Miette is not so kind. Nope. This is where we do our little iron thingy again. Then we do 2 observers above that. 2 observers above that. Oh, we finally went through our first entire stack. That's exciting. That's like, that's a very real milestone we just hit. Yeah, the entire farm just like starts melting. We've accidentally turned it into a liquid state suddenly. You're like, what? How? I shouldn't have placed that glass. Forehead. Alright. Then we have 2 observers going up, and we have a block on top. This is where we start putting in our observers, or repeaters, rather. Repeater 1 tick. This is repeater coming out of this. 1 tick. Then we have repeater going into this 1 tick. And then some redstone leading on into it. That looks good to me. I mean, obviously the observers having the wrong orientation is a little bit frustrating. But, you know, so it goes. I remembered the 1 tick. I think I remember the 1 tick on all of them. Maybe not that one. Let's just check really quickly. Look at that. I even remembered the 1 ticket delay there. Heck yeah. Brownie point for me, says me. Good job, Jaeger. Okay, so what is the next component that we'd want to look at here? You didn't remember that I'd remembered. So let's look at what we've done. We've done the bottom section now. So we've done the creation of bone meal. We've got a rough framework for where this goes. We've got the redstone and the stone creation on the left and the right side. So we could do this redstone now. Does that just meet up in the center point? Not quite. Oh yes, it does. It just meets up into the center point, which is kind of cool. This is not a super complicated redstone. Never mind. This is quite the redstone contraption we have here. I don't know how this works. Like, how does this work? Why does this work? How does passing a slime block over complete this redstone circuit? Is there like a lamp on somewhere? Yeah, I can sometimes look at a piece of redstone and have a rough idea of what it's doing, and this doesn't make any sense to me. Because, like, this whole thing starts because there's an observer on a slime block. So maybe you move it the first time, and this observer sees that it moves, pushes up a pulse into this redstone block, which starts this repeater clock. And then it just keeps working because as it goes back around, this block beam there closes the circuit. Because, like, the observer itself doesn't do anything, but maybe once it starts. Because, like, if you built this and didn't include moving it, this wouldn't do anything, right? What an interesting redstone clock. All right, so let's try building this. Let's start taking some photos here. So I'm going to want to build this. I'm going to want to build this. I want to build this. I want to build Definitely take note of delays on the repeaters. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You having fun? This is a very neat project. I'm having a blast making this. It's been a while since we've done like almost an entirely technical stream. Hope you've been having a good time. It's like a very different type of energy from when we're doing our chill build ones, but they're fun. They're fun to do every now and then, right? Okay, so the first thing I know I need to do is I need to extend these all the way in. All the way into our center point. Just absolute crickets. Yeah, Twitch chat, I can't hear you. Just like muffin. Yeah, good night, Kitsune. Love watching us solving new problems. All right on, Greek Era. You do love the technical streams. Nice to expend some overflowing brain energy. Awesome. All right, so have I made a shulker farm? I haven't. No, and it's playing on a smaller multiplayer server. I don't think it makes a ton of sense to do that. You know what I mean? There's just like, there's never going to be enough shulker demand to warrant it. All right, let's do the zoom out shot here. So there's just a block there. Block there with a repeater into it. Okay. There's not even like a repeater out of it or anything, is there? Nope, just redstone. I'm confused but entertained. Ah. It's a pretty good state to be in, you know, honestly, all things considered. Did I not just have more dust in my project box, which was this one? It's all gone. All right. You build contraptions for work, so it makes it relaxing to watch anyone else have to solve everything. Yeah, that's an oofa and a doofa there. All right. So there's one repeater into that, and there's a solid block. And that repeater has a delay of 1. And from the looks of it, there's no other repeaters to make that work. That's close enough that it just kind of connects. Okay. Next thing I need to do is do my 6 rails off of something here. So we're going to have a block here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 correct. Let's just guesstimate that it's 6. That's going to be my orange box, which we haven't actually pulled out yet. 6 powered rail. You enjoyed me being all spooked on the recent Phasmophobia stream? I'm glad it could bring you joy. I do not handle horror well. It was a great group to play games with, but that is not my jam. Is this 6? Yes, it is. Okay, I know it's 6 because we have a block here, and we also have an observer looking down. We have an observer looking down here. And at the lastmost spot, we have an observer looking down there. Great. Sun is setting again. Rude. Not trying to be a backseating pain. That's fine. Typically on stuff like this, like the way I try and build it might be all over the place, but I'll do a check-in after. So don't worry too much about pointing out mistakes as we go, because it might be that I'm going to get there. I just haven't had a chance yet, right? So those are presumably both sticky pistons. Yes, they'd have to be sticky pistons because they're passing it back and forth. Okay, so this is a sticky piston. This is a sticky piston. Nope, I've already made a mistake. No, I haven't. 1, 2, 3 in between. No, that's super wrong. How'd I get that so wrong? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, haha! They go on top. Haha! Got there. Got there. How silly. All right. And now alongside of this, we have double glass. Need more glass. 2, 3, 4. We have N big old repeater up here. Building it from this side is probably a mistake. But, you know, here we are. Do I have comparators on me? I do. Great. Think my repeater's the wrong way around? You are correct. Oops. I think this is the shape I want. We'll see. This thing's a little complicated. 1 or 2. The problem is it's so much harder to see what you're doing. Okay, so there's the repeat. Okay. Okay. So now is where I want my little repeater dance. That's the wrong way. Like that, right? Good. On a scale of 1 to 10, how complicated would I rate this? This is like a 7 or 8. It's like, it's kind of hard, I guess. Okay, that one is max delay. It's like, it's a lot of things that we've worked with before, all put together, which makes it a little bit easier, but it's not, it's like nothing new or nothing that like I look at and I don't quite understand what it's asking me to do, right? Did I get a shot of the delay of that one? I think that's max delay. Where is that repeater? It's there. Can't actually see it. Enhance? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because if it was there, we'd be able to see it. But it's all the way back. Great. All right, so now I need to put this in, and to make that work, I need 2 blocks. I need a slime block. Where does I have no idea what's going on, but it's fascinating fit on this scale. I mean, you can just count in applause. You can just start clapping for no reason, right? It's a thing you can do as a viewer. Just okay. So I have that block, and then I have an observer, which should be pointing up. I said it should be pointing up. Perfect. Okay, so that's connected to that now. And then that's probably a sticky piston. Would make sense that you need a sticky piston to touch the sticky block. And then I need a lever in the box. Ha-ha! I had one all along. Okay, now really quickly. To be honest, I'm lost, but find the fact that you're not and build this beast in just a few hours, glorious. Thank you so much, Dread Misery. I appreciate the kind words. Actually, I need to be further back. Second here. Oh no. So what we're working on right now is the clock that runs this whole thing. So this is a little redstone circuit, and the way it works is this right here sends a pulse around. It goes click, 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 and every time it does 1 revolution, it's going to send out a redstone pulse. It's going to send a redstone pulse out to here, and that's going to do this whole circuit. This is connected, so 1 input here makes all of these pistons all fire and push it in, and then it's also going to send one out in that direction, which is really cool. And then it's also going to do some stuff in the middle, but we're not quite there for the middle bit yet. So we just need to make sure that this looks about right. Perspective is a little bit different. It's all looking pretty good so far, if I'm honest. Stick the landing. Is that at the right height? Oops, relative the slime piston. Oh, haha! Nope. That's 1 too low. You are correct. Yeah, that's supposed to be... Nice catch. Nice catch. It's supposed to be like this. This is why we code review. This is why we do a little check-in so we can catch mistakes like that, right? Would have been pretty obvious when we tried to turn it on. Brownie point for Lucas the Dragon, please. Thank you for your help, friend. in general for shapes. Like, I don't know how this connects to anything yet. This all looks good to me. Like, it's not connected to anything yet, but it does look good. Well, that's not necessarily true. It is connected so far to this, right? So that powers that block. That sends it out in both directions. So if we turn this on, let's mute the music for a second. If we turn this on, this should theoretically make the pistons fire. Let's do it once. Okay, well, that's bad. Why did that happen? Why did that leak? Is there supposed to be glass under it all? I mean, that would make sense. Oh yeah, absolutely. There's supposed to be a layer of glass on the inside here. Seems like it's all working. If only the tutorial used green glass, right? It's a little bit more glass intense than I thought as well. We might have to get more. We grabbed 4, and that might not quite do it. So we need to make this item elevator up. And the item elevator goes approximately... Okay, approximately in line with the redstone at the top. So I need a little bit more ice here too. Let's go back up to the top of our playlist here. And then it runs parallel, right? No, that's incorrect. Parallel means here. Oh no. Well, never getting up there again. Hey, what up, Cataclysm? It's a very nice green glass you've got. Thank you. Followed by the threat. Sure would be a shame if something happened to it. Wait, what? No, I missed. Hey, what's up, JR? How you doing, friend? Hope you're having a cozy day. We're doing some redstone today. So welcome to like the most hyper-focused surge you've ever seen in your entire life. How you doing? What were you streaming today? Thanks for stopping on by, friends. All right, so the water source would come in here, then we would have that, and the water source would go out. So eventually we drop a water source there, and then we use kelp. That'll bring us a water source all the way up, which will be fantastic. Oh, I'm in my water thingy. Bad. All right, I'm free. I'm free now. Okay, I think it's time for us to look at the last portion of our farm here, which is this. Hey, Sandra. Oh my God, 25 months, the quarter year. Thank you so much. 2, 3, 4, and we do a staircase up. Okay. Let's take a photo here. That's good stuff. And then this is going to be where our bone meal goes, so we'll need to make a storage system afterwards. And then I want to do a photo of this. Then I want to do a photo of this. What is this, by the way? This is a dropper into a dispenser. Why is it honey on one side and bars on the other? So when the bone meal comes in, it hits these, you see there's a collision box on these sponges, and then it runs this way the whole way down. So it actually skirts the line between the two blocks, which is really cool. And then, I don't know why it's honey block on this side, because it does want to get pulled into the hopper the exact same. I'm just going to assume for very smart reason. Oh, probably because they want the water stream to be here for symmetry's sake. But they needed to stop on this side here and have room to path, which is what the iron block is for on one side. And on this side, just because of where the water stream is, yeah, they can't have the object hit there. I guess it wouldn't bend the corner properly. Honey blocks are... they've got a weird quirk about them where you can actually get in a little bit off the side. Like, it's not a full block, so technically the blocks would be going right there. I wonder if that means you can avoid the chest trick now. I couldn't tell you exactly why it works this way on one side and this way on the other, but just the way the water flow hits them, I can understand them wanting to be slightly different. Do I have enough photo here? So an interesting thing that I don't quite understand, check this out. This is a piston into an observer. The hopper there is grabbing stuff, and it goes down and it updates a dropper, which then pushes it into a dispenser, and then the dispenser hits that. I just don't know why we have a dropper facing into a dispenser here. You know what I mean? That's weird to me. Oh, I guess I need to do some counting here as well. All right, let's give this a try. Alright, so I need my droppers and my dispensers and everything on me. I need 2 droppers, 2 dispensers. 4. Okay, 4 dropper, 4 dispenser. I don't think I need this slab anymore, so let's get rid of that. Well, it's just weird to me that it's not just a hopper directly into the dispenser we need, like why it's a dropper into a dispenser. But that's probably like a very clever fix for a problem I don't even know exists, right? All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know if that's 4 or 5. I think I counted a couple times and realized it was only 4. I think that makes it only 4. And then we go up 1. Then we go up 1 again. Step, 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 step. Step, 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 block. Oops, I should have left that there. Then we have a repeater with 1 tick delay coming out in both directions. Great. That goes out 2 more blocks. Bloop, bloop. I should just do one side at a time. Let's do the right side first. We do this, and now we start going down. Okay. So 1 step down, I'm assuming that's a sticky piston. So let's do this, and then sticky piston. Get rid of that. And what's cool is you can actually put the redstone on the side. Then it connected there. And then that sticky piston goes into... Oh, I can do my ice stream now too. I don't know how far that's supposed to go, but that's fine. Alright, so I want a hopper that's down, and then a dropper that's down, and then a dispenser that's out. Okay, so hopper that's down into a dropper that's facing down into a dispenser that is facing out. And that's where we put... So smiley face into pog face, right? Remember, smile into pog. Apparently that's all you need to know. I don't have any more hoppers on me. I need 4 more hoppers. I live here now. What's up, Rocket John? The smart one has enemies? I sure do. Love it. So, actually, let's grab the moss while we have it. I believe I have moss blocks on me right now. Sure do believe I have 4 moss blocks on me right now, chat? Super convenient to just have these blocks on me this whole time. That's a little sneak peek of what this farm's going to be doing. Definitely don't need this grass on me. No idea where it came from. Okay. That's there. Now we have this hopper here. Oh, right. And then I need that observer. Crap. I need that observer to be facing literally the opposite direction. Observer seems so concerned about what's happening right now, eh? Okay, let's do this on the opposite side now. Boss only spreads if you bone meal it. Correct. All right, so that's there. Then we do sticky piston. Drop the redstone behind it. Put an observer here, now that I know the correct way to face. And then... I got turned around. Hopper. That's the hopper. So then we do the dropper facing down, and then the dispenser facing out. Dropper facing down. Dispenser facing out. Remember, pog into smile. Wait, other way around? Oh, that's dropper into dropper. I want dropper into dispenser. Smile into pog. Smile into pog. Yes, of course. So once again, I think that's correct. We'll have to go through and add the honey blocks and everything after, but I'm pretty happy with that. Like, those are all the same module, right? It's just a matter of the spacing. Okay, so that's good there. And now what we need to do is head back onto this side. Oh, that's just done there. Now we need to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks, and then the next module. I'm basing that on the iron bars that we're seeing there. Is the delay correct at the top? The delay is 1 tick in both directions. Yep. One tick in both directions. Oh, there's a piston there. Oh! Oh, I'm glad I turned that around. Definitely would have missed that. Let's count this again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Perfect. Okay. Up. Nice. Now, how far beyond that last one do we do the turn? So you do one past. That's where the slab goes. And you do the rotation there. Don't know why I'm building this one in a completely different order. But, you know, here we are. Quick creeper check. Oh. Creeper check in the middle of... Look at that! It's trying to camouflage in that bush! Rude. Rude, I say. Alright, I need my honey blocks now, and I also need those iron fences. Oh. Oh. Well, these are kind of popping off, aren't they? This farm design is actually kind of miserable. I should fix this, but in the future, I think I actually needed a couple more than that. I think this is Joe's ender chest. Oh my goodness, look at that though. Look at that. Would you look at that? Tech debt. What? In my build? How dare you? Get out. Tech debt. Please. Oh, I should grab the sea pickles as well. Which I put somewhere that totally makes sense. Like right there. Heck. I also need my slabs. We're at the home stretch, everybody. We are at the home stretch. This is almost done. All right, so we put the 2 pickles into position. Then, from then on, that's here. Does it stop at the hopper? We'll figure that out after. Pickles, you don't have to worry about drying out like coral. Pickles, for whatever reason, for Minecraft reasons, pickles follow their own rules, right? How does that water not fall out at the end there? Really confused. Oh, it goes one past. Okay, I mean, that makes sense. So then we're right, because if it didn't go one past, it would collide, and that would be bad. So my question was, why isn't this glass? And the reason is because it's sliding on the box, it would get stuck here. So this is supposed to be another slab. And it looks like we have another one here. Yeah, one water source to there, one water source here, one water source brings us around the corner. Just like that. And then this is honey now. The honey goes all the way. Oh, that is not a pleasant noise. Gross. You like it? It doesn't sound extra squishy to you? Squelchy. Yeah, exactly. I am out of glass. Wow. Alright, I go get another stack of glass. It's been a while since we had to fly back. What is the honey for? Same thing as the iron fence and the other thing. The way the water streams in this work is you need the items to slide exactly on the barrier between the ice and where the hopper can pick it up. And honey blocks and the fence blocks on the other side allow for that to happen. This is a fairly common occurrence in some redstone builds. Let me show you. Sounds like getting your feet stuck in the mud. Gross. Look at the colors of this thing, by the way, because we... this is not a pretty build. All right, granite. I'm gonna be honest, granite and green glass might not make for the most futuristic looking redstone contraption we've ever made, eh? Ugh. We certainly made a decision, didn't we? Every single shulker box I own is out of the box. Wow. Yeah, so for on this side, the items are going to move literally right here. They're going to hover between the two blocks so that they get the full speed of moving on the ice and so that the hopper can grab it. And then when it comes this way, it's going to turn on the corner and it's going to hit here. And then honey is ever so slightly not a full block. It's actually going to go right there again between the two lines. 1, 2, 3, and then we have that. So is that 3 full blocks? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and then here. Then just before going under the bridge. Okay. And there as well. So this should work, and rather, I guess I could just do it with like, how many buckets do I need? I need a lot of buckets. Whatever. I was gonna say I could go get ice, but here I am just, you know, using buckets now, and that's fine. Do I have kelp on me? What are we building? Moss and bone meal farm. It's almost done. So close to done. Do I need... I probably need more than 6. That's actually pretty spot on for the plan. It's a good plan. Alright, we're using kelp now to turn that water stream into all source blocks. Oh my goodness, are we actually one short? I don't want to hear it, chat. I don't want to hear it. Now we're going to fly up in the air. Zoom! Okay, that means our water stream is working. Alright, we do that. All right, the final thing we need to do now is we need a starter amount of bone meal to kick this thing off. And then this might actually factually be done. I don't know if I'm emotionally prepared for this to be done though, chat. How about you? We have about 20 minutes of troubleshooting. You don't think I nailed it first try? Oh, that's risky. My track record's pretty great for having absolutely nailed this. It's 8 a.m. You're not emotionally prepared for anything. That's like me. I have it written in my writer. I don't have to do math before 11. Okay. Okay. Did you miss me putting the composters in? That was literally step number 1 was the composters. So I should have bone block on me. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. All right, final time back to the base. You should have added a no math rider to your Amazon contract. Totally. Does moss break when you push it with a piston? Yes. How are we turning block into item? Piston. Ow. You know what? We have 4 stack bone block. This is... Wait, that's got to be way too much. I only need a little bit to start it off. Let's do 2, because I just don't have to recraft it. Really love how the ocean base is turning out. Thank you. Pretty proud of it. Anything else good in the rider? No, I really should have negotiated a little bit harder in my rider. As soon as they accepted the no math clause, I was like, done. Then I panicked for a second. I'm like, oh wait, they were so fast to accept it. Maybe I could have been a little bit more aggressive. But you know how it is. You know how it is. All right. So... So if I turn this on and it just works, are y'all going to be stoked? The culmination of, what has this been? 6 hours of work? All right, let's turn the music off. Turn the Minecraft music on. Let's do a quick little double check here. No, we did every step. We did every step perfect. Right? Everything is connected as far as connected can be. Everything has bone meal in it. It doesn't have an output yet, but that's fine. These things are connected. I missed a pretty important thing here. Oh my god. I missed a super important thing here. Okay, okay. This is why we double check before we turn it on. Hold. Hold. That's a big miss. That's a really funny big miss. It's like, what if I simply didn't plug half of my contraption in? All right, friends. Does it work? I need a viewing platform. I'm nervous. We got bone meal on every side. Or pardon me, not bone meal. We have moss coming on every side. Oh. Oh, heck. I'm missing something. I totally missed a step. I missed a step. Heck. Oh, no. I'm so silly. So, you know what I missed? I missed the opening and closing of those trapdoors. How does that work? I was so close. Okay, give me a second here. Give me a second here. So, from... Oh, from there. It's not just redstone on the glow thingies there. It's a little bit of a connector bit. All right, I need torches. I need a repeater. I need dust. Oh, that was so close. That was so close. I still think it's kind of cool though. All right, so I need to get up into here. And it's right... Okay. So then, how does that work? Let's have a dust. Oh. Interesting. So it actually extends past the glass there. Cool. And then we have a block there. And then we have a repeater with... I can't see the delay from that angle. Maybe I can see the delay from a different angle. One tick of delay? Is that right? No, that's not the right one. There it is. Max delay. Ooh, maximum delay. And there's a torch on top. And then there's a big old redstone line. The whole way down there. Alright, now let's do this way. It's pretty obvious as well that I'm not done with the glass. Oh, I thought I was so close to done. I was already celebrating, chat. Ow. I was already celebrating. I was counting my chickens before the eggs hatched, or whatever proverb you want to use. You told me. I don't remember listening to anyone who didn't believe in me. Gonna go with Icarus on this one. Wow. Hurtful. Now, I know I'm gonna need to put another repeater in there somewhere. Looks like it's one after and it's maximum delay. So it's like here. And we just have the torch on top again. And we just do this again. All right. All right. Are you ready to test this one more time? Let's sleep first. So, how excited are you going to be if I turn this thing on and it just works first try? Hmm. You're ready? All right. Okay, 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 okay. So we got a bit of a problem right now. So the last repeater was one too far. You think this repeater is supposed to be there? Hold on, let's check how the other side is doing. Oh, hold on, there's another problem we have. Anyone else see the other problem we're having right now? When we turned it on earlier, we lost that. These are all supposed to be extended. I don't know how that is supposed to happen. No, there's so many problems. in that there are problems. So these pistons need to be extended. And I don't know how that is supposed to be done. Is there just a torch and a line of redstone along the back, or is it part of the... Oh, there's just... Yeah. There's just a redstone block right there and a bunch of... Okay. I've got a signal inverted somewhere? Oh, that's a problem. Okay, so I missed a pretty important piece. But, you know, that could happen to anybody. That could happen to anybody. So we want a redstone block here. And then we want a whole bunch of dust. Okay, so now this won't extend forward, and when the water goes to flush it, it'll push it all the way, and it'll actually start collecting in the system down below. There might be a repeater over the timed rail that we should double check the timing of. Okay, now give me a second here. I need more rockets. So somewhere one of my timings is off. Let's check all of our notes here. So here's the timed rail section. Give me a second. You know what I need to do? We're going to Quake Pro here so we can see everything at once. Okay, there's a problem right now. We're off one tick there. So that was supposed to be 2 ticks, not 1. It also looks like this is supposed to be here. I don't think it's going to make a huge difference, but it might... Oh, no, that won't make a huge difference, but it does look like it's supposed to be in line with this block. Let's just go ahead and change that just in case. Again, I don't think that'll make a huge difference. All right, let's try those changes out, and let's see if that fixes anything. Can you imagine how amazing this would be if we just turned it on and it worked first try? Yeah, we still have the same problem here. So somewhere in this line, this is always set to on instead of off. So this is doing the opposite of what it's supposed to do. This is doing the opposite of what it's supposed to do. So that's this circuit. Right? No, I ended up fixing that, TQ. I ended up fixing that. You feel like something is missing. They should all still be here, right? Like if we go back. Yeah, the part that was almost backwards was that. And if we look at these side by side again. So we have the repeater coming in, right? That was the one that we had delay wrong on, but that's not the problem. Then we step down one into comparator, block comparator there, right? And it goes block up and out, right? Like what am I doing wrong here? Isn't it just the trapdoor part? The trapdoor is staying open, and then it's staying open for the whole duration, and then snapping closed when it's supposed to stay closed the whole duration, and then just snap open. You know what I mean? So that is reversed somewhere. It's doing the opposite of what it's expected to be doing. And I don't know why that is. Are the rails supposed to be powered by default? Just open all the doors manually and then turn it on? Actually? Oh my god, actually? If that's the solution, I'm gonna cry. That might be a problem. So I actually built everything properly. I just didn't have the door open. Well, it's not as simple as just a redstone torch. You'd have to do some sort of like weird shenanigans to flip things around. Hold on. Right, this should feed it all into that hopper anyways. Let's just double check. All right, how amazing would it be if I turned this on and it just worked the first try? Mind-blowing, right? So just opening the doors didn't seem to fix that. Let's try... Yeah, it reset it. All right, let's get in and let's just check out... Let's just follow that circuit and see if there's anything we're missing here, right? Okay, so that's not powered. Everything there makes sense. There's no, like, sneaky torches or anything we see in here. Is there, like, a weird torch or anything in here? Is there, like, a torch under there or anything that would flip it? So, like, what is happening here? Oh! I don't have that. 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 Which, if you're taking photos, would be very hard to notice. It's here, right? It's this one right here? Or was it this one? Was it the one attached to the train line or no? I have to go back and check. Yeah, attached to the train line, that's a piston. Okay, so that's a sneaky, sticky piston. Aha! Imagine if I just flipped the switch and it worked first try. Here it comes. There's that bone meal. So it's going to probably just load up the first side because it's got a lot of space to put into those hoppers, right? But then once that totally backs up, it'll overflow and then it'll fill this side as well. We did it! We did it, my friends. Oh, I'm very excited. What a day. What a day. What an undertaking. Yeah, and then everything will come over here for us to pick up at the end. This was big for a one-day build. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. I'd call this a huge success. What do you think, chat? The timing's a little bit off, but I blame just like normal server lag for that. Looks like the water's earlier in your version. I'd blame any weird timing hiccups now to being on a server as opposed to being on a single player thingy. Things are often just kind of funky on servers, right? Just figured out your week leave for Desert Bus? That's awesome, Fish Sword. That's fantastic, friend. God, we're getting close to that, aren't we? I have some messages. Oh, there we go. So you can see bone meal is now making it around to here. Wow, that means both of those are already full. This farm does say it produces 25,000 bone meal per hour. Hey, damn, I'm pretty. Thank you so much for 101 success biddies. This was a triumph. I'm making a note here, huge success. It's hard to overstate my satisfaction. Took me a while to remember the rhythm for that second bit. How much bone meal do we need? We're going to be using bone block as one of the main building blocks for our base. So a lot. I'm going to say probably 20 stacks of bone block will be a good start for building things. Better build big storage then, yeah. Yeah, so far it's just going to kind of back up in the corner, isn't it? You did that backwards, Arclight. Yeah, we need 20 times 9 times 64. This is, yeah, 100% bone meal. There you go. We need 11,520. So apparently all we need to do is run this farm for 30 minutes. which is really the way a lot of these mega farms go, right? Similarly, on mine o'clock, James AFK'd for 3 hours, and now we have more mob drops than we'll ever need for the rest of our life, right? Like, but that's okay. How long would it take for us to, standing in front of our skeleton grinder, get an equivalent amount of work, right? And the beautiful thing about this farm is it doesn't require an input. So later on, if we want to do a TNT tree farm, we have infinite bone meal. If we want to do anything to top up like pumpkin redstone farms, wheat, you know, pumpkin, why did I say pumpkin? Carrot, potato, wheat, those are all infinite. Trees, infinite. This is very cool. Is this the sequel to the grass growing stream? It might be. Go to the nether and farm bone blocks to see which would have been faster. To get 20 stacks, that'd have been a very long time. Plus, then we'd be in the nether. The nether honks. Everything wants to kill you in the nether. Why go to the nether when I could just be here, where everyone is my friend? It does need a starter pack of bone meal, but once it gets going, it's self-sustaining. Yeah. Have I built a TNT tree farm on stream? We did it once in creative, but I've never made one in survival. No. I've just never really needed enough wood to justify it, right? We've been close. Like, I've chopped a lot of trees, but sometimes it's nice to break up the monotony of a big project by gathering resources. Yeah. Kevin. Look, we have a professional working relationship, Kevin. And if we ever wanted to, we could scale this. I don't think I'll ever need to. I left myself room in case we wanted to, right? Because I flattened all of that earth just in case we wanted to make it longer. But I don't know if we'll need it. We'll see. We'll see how long of an AFK session we need. If I do, I don't know, if I leave this overnight and we've got not enough, then I don't think it's unreasonable for me to come back in here later on and do this again, or do more of this. It's a very elegant way in which this is modular and you can just keep extending it. Like, already this is modular, which is very cool. This is technically 4 little mini modules, right? Like 1, 2, 3, 4. You can see the way the lava makes it modular as well, which is kind of cool. Is there any more raft planned for a while? Not recently, no. Did have some good times. That was sort of like the main thing we did for multi-pals. But yeah, no plans currently. If you scale it, you can keep using the same clock. Yeah, you just add repeaters and push it down. And the whole thing just kind of repeats itself, which is very cool to do. Look at this thing. All right, have we had at least one bone meal go all the way through the system yet? Or is it only making it as far as the 3rd one? So I think this isn't as effective as it otherwise could be because the water pulse is going a little too long still. And I wonder if that is... if there is a timing issue there, or if that's just server stuff. You know what I mean? Because it feels like if we could have the water slightly shorter. So like, what happens if I make this... Yeah, if I make that just like a 1 tick instead of whatever it's at currently. All right, let's take a look at this again. That looks way more productive. Oh my goodness, look at the bone meal now, chat. There we go. I feel as though I just doubled its output. Would you agree with that? Overclocking with Surge. Don't tell Fuji. So this is definitely going to be torched. I'm looking there. I'm looking there. Yeah, it's self-sufficient, so it'll feed itself first. Uh-oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. How is that possible? How did it even get on top of that? Doesn't even make sense. There's not even a block there, right? Yeah, that's an odd one. Well, the good news is I managed to restock a bunch of things that we were out of this box. Wow. Just oopsed into a whole bunch of stuff. All right, let's toss that. Let's put this back in here. I got distracted for a second. What was I actually fixing here? Torches. I remembered. So the glass is naturally not spawn proof. I don't think honey blocks are spawn proof. Redstone people in the chat, help me out. This should all have enough light level because of the lava and stuff. Yeah, just a nice consistent 12. How are you doing here? I don't know if you're spottable or not. Let's hit a block on you. You're all completely fine. You could use a torch. Fell. There's a non-zero amount of lag being generated by this right now. We can summon Snurge? That's right, Fishsore. Snurge has decided to stop lurking and join chat. Contributing member of society. That's spawnable. That's not. That's spawnable. That's spawnable. I think that's technically spawnable. So if I wanted to spawn proof that, I would need to do this. So there you go. Any path it stops in, it's now spawn proof. That torch will protect that piston. Oops. Somehow broke a piece of redstone there. That was bad. I think everything else here is good to go. I think technically this piston... No, this piston is extended, so it should be maybe fine. No. This machine is a thing of beauty. Thank you. I'm very proud of it. This is a good show. This is a good day. It's This is very productive. Put a torch there and then we're fine. All right, let's see if this thing has actually netted us any bone meal yet. If so, it should be waiting in the... I fell. If so, it should be waiting in the bone meal corner. Still nothing. Still nothing. That makes me a little bit nervous. Is bone meal even making it to our 4th hopper yet? I mean, I guess it did have a lot to refill, right? So it's rounding the corner. Yeah, check is definitely a valid option. Can't actually reach it. How you doing? Has anything even made it to you before? Okay, so nothing's gone there, but this side should be totally full, right? Yeah. Okay, well this is sort of working as intended, and it'll make its way around. Think so? I hope. Otherwise, we've just made a machine. Otherwise, all we've done is create a lag machine, right? Like if this doesn't start filling up and backing up, then we've made a perpetual machine that doesn't actually net bone meal. Yeah, there's a pretty good backlog to get to, but it's like the right side filled so quickly that I'm a little... I guess it always has to perpetually, pardon me, refill the right side. Oh, crap. Hold on. So if we have 918 plus 8... That's 26 stacks of bone meal it has to fill in before it starts netting anything. Okay, maybe that's not unreasonable. Maybe this is normal. How much is that? Ah, that's not that much. Like, what's that divided by? This should have filled itself in 4 minutes. Approximately. Maybe slightly longer than that based on how like quickly it's being used, but if this is producing 25,000 per minute and there are 28 stacks that need to be filled, it's not a ton. What have you created? A machine that makes noise and generates lag. Theoretically, it also makes bone meal, but... You think, actually, it's not even operating on the right side, and that's the problem? All right, give it a try. I mean, no, it's working. Wait, 23 stacks per dispenser. Sure, but some are already full. So I was just doing the math on these ones, right? Did manage to get some more moss just in the half second I was in there. Oh, right, and seeds. I forget that because it does make grass too. That's fine. All right, well, I'm just gonna let this AFK. We've been going for about 7 hours, so I think we're gonna call it a day there. But friends, thank you very much for joining me. This has been super fun, super interesting. I hope you enjoyed this as well. And then Wednesday, when I'm back for the next stream, hopefully this thing is backed up and we have bone meal. Or else we spent an entire stream making a machine that might not necessarily get us where we want to get got. But this should theoretically work. I hope. It's cool. We made a thing. We made a totally functioning thing. Maybe we've perfectly achieved failure like we were talking about earlier. Yeah. So let's talk future days. Tomorrow is 9 o'clock. I won't be streaming here, but I'll be streaming with Uno and James over at twitch.tv/loadingreadyrun. We're doing a try and get all of the advancements Minecraft challenge, which is, you know, kind of cool and neat. And maybe you should consider checking that out. And then Wednesday, back with more Minecraft. Thursday, I'll be back with more Minecraft. So yeah, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being a part of this. Appreciate the heck out of y'all. And I look forward to seeing you next time. Hey, Kevin, thank you very much for 100 successful build biddies. Words are tough. And now we raid. Oh, geez, so many people are on right now. We got Ben, Voxy, and Krim playing Phasmophobia. We also got Cam playing Civ. Let's send some love over to Cam. Cam is playing some Civ 6 right now. Let's go send some positivity that way. I tend to be very family friendly. Cameron is a delight. Will occasionally utter profanity, and that's okay. Did I miss a sub? Oh my goodness, Anime Kitty. Yeah, I was live for 7 hours. Anime Kitty, thank you so much for 41 months. I really do appreciate it. You're my second ever 41-month sub. That's a tremendously long time. Okay, go wish Cameron some love. Thank you for watching, friends. I'll see you next time. Bye.